let's see what's on.
But that's not all. The Switch 2 attaches controllers with electromagnetic technology.
Cool.
4K raw power.
Do you struggle with unexpected movements? Shut up! You may be.
It's been a long time. Game Bird Classic.
Papa?
Sure. What is bothering you, my child?
It's just, tonight's the Nintenbyte Podcast, and I have nothing to wear, and I'm scared.
But child, the Nintenbyte Podcast unleashed a new line of merch, including sick t-shirts.
Really?
Here, I'll show you. Gaze into the power! The future is now. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're unleashing the brand new Nintenbyte Podcast merch.
So rad. Nintenbyte rules.
Introducing the Nintenbyte Podcast shirt. Each shirt is made with 100% farm-fresh carrot fibers.
Carrot.
We turned a carrot into a shirt. But that's not all. Presenting the Nintenbyte Piped Glass for all you milk lovers. Nintenbyte offers a variety of merch. And never miss the mark.
I'm Nintendo Prime. I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Game Bird Classic.
So order now while your body is ready.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, Season 2, Episode 18. Oh man, we got a packed show for you guys today. Before we go over all the stuff we're going to talk about, let's go around the room and introduce everyone, starting with the cigar-wielding N64 Josh.
What's up, guys? I'm the reason we're late. So sorry. What a great intro, though. So glad to be here.
Oh man, you bastard. And then we have, for the first time ever, Attack the Backlog.
Oh man, thanks. Hi everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. Super excited. Amazing intro. Something really wrong about that milk pour though. I don't know about that. But thanks so much, guys. Awesome to be here.
That milk pour was legendary. I don't know what you're talking about. All right. Then we got the Game Bird Classic.
Milk. What is up, guys? Happy to be here. Stoked to talk Nintendo. Fun fact about that milk pour. I went through an entire gallon of milk just to get that shot. Like, I kept pouring it. Dude, the number of times I did not hit record and just poured a glass of milk. Anyways, stoked to be here. Good to see everyone.
You just wanted to get rid of the milk quicker. That's all. You don't like it. So. I mean, I go through the whole gallon here. Eric Moore.
Hello. Yeah.
That's him. Yeah. He's just Eric.
Oh, I got people behind the wall. So,
well, that happens.
Extremely loud.
Dude, you're not that loud to begin with. What are you talking about?
I know, but
I just cranked your volume up so I can even hear you talk. So low
happens.
you were. What up? And then we got Thunderstash.
What's up? Busy week. A lot of exciting stuff to talk about today. Should be a great time. We're less than 30 days.
Hell yeah.
Shit's going down soon.
Oh,
The
man.
hour approaches.
No shit. Dude. Man, I'm so excited. All right, we have some killer topics today, guys. Lots of stuff talking about. There's a little bit of rumors and leak stuff in here. Also, like Microsoft doing crazy things with prices and Nintendo getting blamed for everything because that's just what happens. Welcome to the internet. We have some stuff about maybe being able to customize our Switches a little bit. We'll see. We have some stuff going on with NSO conversation. I don't really know what to say for that topic, but I'm not the one running that topic, so I don't got to worry about it. So when Thunderstash is like, Nate, what are your thoughts? I'm like, what are yours? It's about how well my brain's working today.
Yeah.
And then let's see here, man. He's got a lot of notes. You can tell Stash really wanted that topic. That's got the most amount of notes. And then obviously we have a conversation about it being less than a month to go to the Nintendo Switch 2, and how we're feeling right now, what we think we're going to be playing, all this kind of stuff. Not just like, because we've gone over like, hey, what do we want to pre-order? What do we actually pre-order? But what about the thing that we do this all for? Playing the damn games. What are we actually going to be playing? So that's going to be a fun conversation. I'll let Stash go first, just so I know he gets his guaranteed topic.
Yes, I will take the NSO topic.
Sounds good. Eric.
I guess we can hype it up.
With what?
Less than 1 month.
Okay, less than 1 month. Look at that. We're getting 2 bangers out of the way. God damn. Gamebird, what are we doing after that?
Dude, I'm going all in on Switch 2 customization. What are we going to be able to do with this? How are we going to be able to make this our own customized Switch?
You're not. That's
Well,
I'm just
no one asked you, Nate. It's my topic.
okay. I guess they added 100 new avatars, right? I guess that can be unique. I can't wait for that one. And I guess I take whatever's left, which I don't even know what's the actual name of the other topic.
Microsoft.
Xbox.
Yeah, Xbox stuff, but I don't actually know what the name of the topic is.
The topic is Microsoft
okay, got
reshapes the console market. Price
Yep.
hikes, Gears, and Nintendo support.
The part, yeah. And when, I feel like in that topic, because when we talk about the price hikes and everything, I might slip in a little bit about that die shot stuff that happened today as well. We don't really have to talk about it much. It mostly just confirmed things we already knew. But there was one really interesting part in it that I think is worth bringing up. That being said, that's the final topic. I ain't worried about it right now. Thunderstash, what the fuck are we talking about?
We're going to start off with NSO. You want to kick off with that?
Yeah.
All right.
Why not?
Let's do. Okay. So, guys, there's been some recent, of course, enhancements that I think they got overshadowed a little bit with the GameCube NSO, right? Obviously, that is the big draw with Switch 2 is we're getting GameCube NSO, but we're also getting enhancements to the N64, including a CRT mode, which, and for like anyone who grew up with the 64 as a kid, right? You bought it when it came out. We were all playing it on round tube CRTs, not even flat screen CRTs. You know, this is 96 September. And there is something special about playing a 64 game on a CRT, which is why I have a flat screen over here. In my other room, I have one of the old school furniture, 80s like CRT TVs. And
Yeah.
I kid you not, like playing on that hits different, especially like with 64. So normally CRT mode, it's kind of like, yeah, that's a nice thing to have. But for N64 especially, it's actually useful. Nice CRT, by the way, there, Gamebird.
Thank you.
So outside of the CRT mode, we have full button remapping and rewind features, which is interesting. I don't know how much that's needed, right? But it's there. And I think just the fact that they're adding stuff, different things to these NSO apps is encouraging, So, with that said, I thought this would be an opportune time to discuss which significant titles, right, that are still absent across all NSO platforms, because as we go to a new generation, that's when anything can happen, right? And there are still games that we haven't got. And I went through the list, and I went through like the master list of all the NSO games that we currently have, and I didn't scrub through it hardcore because I want everyone right on the show tonight to be able to participate in throwing out some games that we should logically have, right? That are either first party, or we know they're like very tight with Nintendo, or maybe it's a game that we have the first one, but we don't have part 2 and 3. Like make it make sense kind of stuff, right? So that's what we'll be talking about. And to start this off, I do want to throw this out here to you guys. And I'll be honest, I only thought about this when I started working on this topic and started thinking about 64. Do you guys think we could ever receive Nintendo 64 DD support on the NSO? And I bring this up for a reason. Now, there's only a handful of games on the N64 DD. But of course, like after playing Switch 2 and using the mouse Joy-Con, and then I'm looking at the DD library, right? And I'm like, dude, these games would lend so well to the mouse Joy-Con. Surprisingly well. And like one of the games that we've all been asking for is Mario Paint. Like at least bring it back to the SNES NSO. But on the N64 DD, like we have a game that is basically the successor to Mario Paint that would work very well with the Joy-Con. So let me ask you guys that. What do you think? Do you think there's a world? Do you think the world we live in, right, this version of it, would allow for 64 DD support to come to NSO? ATB, what do you think?
Damn. What do I think?
I was like, don't pick me.
Yeah, I was the same. I was about to hide. Like, no. I mean, because how many games what did come out on the 64 DD? Obviously, we got Genshin the Giant.
There's 5 games.
It's 5 games, right?
So yeah, you said Genshin
yeah.
Yeah. So we got that. There was a golf game. The 3 games, guys, that I'm looking for is SimCity 64, developed by HAL Laboratory. So again, makes sense. What we're talking about, let me just tell you a fun fact, okay? Miyamoto was the producer for SimCity 64. He was involved in editing the game. It was intended to be released as a launch title for the 64 DD. And of course, for anyone who was like living during that time and following the news with the 64 DD out west here in the US, we were really hoping that was going to come here because of Eura Zelda, right? Everyone remembers that. And that ended up turning into Master Quest, and then maybe it turned into Majora's Mask. We don't, it gets a little fuzzy there, but it was playable at Space World in 1999. And it's like, dude, this is a game that, again, Miyamoto worked on, HAL Laboratory. So Iwata was still over at HAL, I believe, at this time. And mouse Joy-Con, how money would that be with SimCity? It seems like, why wouldn't we bring this over, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing I think is because there's such few games, whether they would make a whole hole for it in the library, or whether, I don't know if they'd release a collection, or whether they just do it title by title. Because I was thinking of other N64 games, for example. Like I think they had Command and Conquer 64 on there, didn't they? On N64 and like StarCraft. So yeah, exactly. So there's a bunch of N64 games they could add mouse control to, and I definitely think they would. And it would be neat actually, because not that many people, not that many young people know about the 64 DD. So it would be an awesome thing for them to show. I would love to see it. I would love to see it. I definitely do think they will add it to some N64 games for sure. And I do think they will add it to something like Mario Paint on the Super Nintendo. I do think they will include mouse controls for that. Absolutely. Definitely. Because it's just perfect. They must have thought of that. It's just perfect for that.
Right.
I mean, and Mario Artist was the game on the 64 DD.
That's it. Yeah.
That's the other one that is the Mario Paint successor. And I even put a link here though in our notes, but it was touted as the 64 DD's killer app.
Yeah.
By none other than IGN. And this is back in 97. IGN was just like a year old. They were calling this the killer app. The other one is the F-Zero expansion kit, which again, like, hey, if you don't want to make a new F-Zero, right? If you just want to give us F-Zero 99 and F-Zero, GX on GameCube, why don't you give us a game that we never got to play?
Yeah.
And for anyone who doesn't know, it contains 12 new tracks, a machine creator, a course editor, and stereophonic soundtrack. And then in addition to the two new cups that it has, you can create custom cups and save up to 100 tracks. Like, dude, that would be awesome, right?
Yeah. Yeah. The other thing is as well is it's so sought after, the 64 DD, because it's because it bombed so hard, and it's really hard to get hold of. To even if there is only 5 games, if they were to release that as an add-on to the NSO, that would be such a cool thing to have. That for me would be really, really impressive. As someone who grew up during that time, who badly wanted a 64 DD and wasn't able to get one, and if you see how much they cost on eBay, if you can find one, it's ridiculous. So to have just those 5 games would be awesome. That would be a nice touch from Nintendo, I think.
Totally.
I found a 6th game.
Which one?
I'm not even trolling. I know you guys. I saw the look on Stash's face was like, sure you did. But apparently there is a copy of Super Mario 64 Disc Edition that I'm just now learning about this, and just like literally reading it as so. The thought is that it came from I just want to make sure I get it right. So they're showing footage of, here we go, like a Game World, Nintendo Space World 96 was actually being shown and played, and so it may be just part of that the demo. But it looks like this guy named Jimmy, I don't even know if it shows his last name based on the article here, has had this thing in his collection forever, and
that's
so
very
it looks
interesting.
it looks like there's more to dig into for sure. But what got my brain going is Star Fox 2.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's like that, or like Earthbound Beginnings on NES, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something to that effect feels like it could be done.
Well, and even Fire Emblem, even though they didn't, for some reason, like never put that on NSO, and like just did that weird, like, everybody remembers Mario 35, but nobody talks about what happened with Fire Emblem, right? It's the same kind of thing, where it was like they did that cool crystal cart and all that stuff.
I have it behind me, the box set. It's awesome.
Yeah. And so I actually lucked out with that. I walked into Target, somebody had returned it, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll snag that. Thanks.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So, but like, if you think about Nintendo right now, they seem to be leaning a lot into their past, right? They opened a museum. They're giving, they're localizing some games. They're also just throwing in like Japanese games on the North American NSO that like, and so I don't think anything's out of the question when it comes to this stuff. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Virtual Boy down the road, just to be able to, I mean, it's part of the museum, right? Like it's not not the high point for them, of course, like it's free migraines, but I mean, it's still something that's a part of that history. And you've got Wario games in there. I think you've got some golf games. And so like, the more we get to experience, and I strongly believe that the mouse feature is going to be one of those things that surprises us throughout the life of the Switch. Right now, I'm not
so.
completely sold on it. Like, it's not like I think when I finally try what's the tour, the welcome tour,
Switch 2 welcome
you know,
tour. Yeah.
I think when I finally try that, I'll be like, okay, that's kind of cool. I'm not going to play Metroid with the Joy-Con in one hand and the mouse in the other. That's just not what I'm here for. Like, it's just not for me. But I think it's going to surprise us down the road. I think it's going to give opportunity. I think like Mario Party might have some cool mini games with the mouse and that kind of stuff. But unlocking, you've even got me thinking about like Super Nintendo. There's a Super Nintendo game called Utopia that I don't hear a lot of people talk about, but like it would totally lend itself to the mouse. And so who knows? But I think it's a very exciting a possibility.
Absolutely. So with the DD, I was kind of thinking that like if you look at the N64 app, we have the N64 app, and then now we have the mature 18 plus app that they would hopefully add some more games to, right? Because you created an app for it. So you think you're going to add some more to it. And I thought, you could probably make a DD app too while you're at it, throw those games in there. So outside of those games though, right, there's still games that are clearly missing. If you guys remember the Nintendo Direct from a while back, probably a year ago, maybe around there, when we got I think the last batch of Rare games. They showed the splash screen where you could literally see where they airbrushed out games, but there's games there, which obviously, so there's more to come. And of course, Rare is such a huge part of the N64's library, right? So you got to ask, when are we going to get those games? When are we going to get DK64? Which to me, it's like, could we maybe get it leading up to DK Bonanza? Like, could that be a launch title for Switch 2? Like, literally, could Switch 2 launch and, hey, you got an N64 NSO update? Or maybe they have a Donkey Kong Bonanza Direct, and they say, hey, by the way, we're going to launch Donkey Kong 64 on the N64 app so you guys can see Donkey Kong's first and only 3D outing before you play Bonanza. You guys think there's a possibility that we see DK64 soon?
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Absolutely. And I wanted to comment too. I think like Josh, you brought up a great point earlier about the N64 DD games. My mind automatically goes to the unreleased Star Fox that we got on the Super Nintendo Classic, and we also got on NSO. So, a game that had never been released out here before that was a huge surprise. So I could totally see them doing that. I feel like they'd probably just slot those into the N64 app instead of creating a separate NSO icon for it. And obviously mouse functionality, they've obviously added a lot of cool online features. So mouse functionality makes a lot of sense for a lot of those games to start to incorporate as we get more releases, especially as we enter the GameCube era on NSO. So many possibilities with that. And the CRT, it's just another element of the customization, play as you want. And, like a lot of you guys, I have so much nostalgia. I obviously have a few CRTs of my own. Something about that glow. Like there's a special glow from that the games were designed around.
Yes.
So it looks better. Like those games look better on an old beat up CRT than they do on a modern television. The glow complements the pixel art. But as far as like missing N64 games, I mean, there's so many great classics. You mentioned Donkey Kong 64. I think there's no doubt that game's coming. I'd be shocked if that one didn't land. But a lot of others, obviously Diddy Kong Racing is a huge one that a lot of fans are waiting for. I don't know that one drops right away, but I definitely see it coming. But a lot of cool third-party stuff. You guys mentioned StarCraft earlier. Doom 64 is a cool one. We have Mortal Kombat. There's a lot of really cool stuff that just hasn't landed there. That would be really neat to see.
Yeah, man. Can I add a couple? Because there's a few N64 games I would love to see. I do think DK64 will come for sure. I'm hoping Conker's Bad Fur Day will appear either on the N64 or I think it's insane that we haven't got the rare replay from Microsoft. I cannot believe they haven't released that, knowing how many Nintendo fans would buy that. But in terms of other N64 games, stuff like WWF No Mercy, I would kill for.
I mean, I'm dying for it. I'm dying for it, brother.
Oh my god, that game is so epic. It still holds up. I play it every so often with my brother.
I still play it too. I play the mods. I don't know if you've played the different versions of it.
No.
Oh my god, it's insane. The roster that they've added.
Oh man,
there's people hard at work right now in a garage, working to make that game better. And dude, to me, like World Tour, Revenge, WrestleMania 2000, No Mercy, absolute peak of not only wrestling games but of wrestling back in the day.
Yeah,
I had worse than
Never beat. And then there's a game not a lot of people remember. Well, there's a couple of games. One called Space Station Silicon Valley. I don't know if anyone remembers that. But that game was amazing.
I remember renting it the day it came out.
Basically, yeah, man, that basically was doing Mario Odyssey like 25 years before. And then it's Body Harvest, which was amazing as well.
That was a good one.
That was another awesome game. So there's so many N64 games that I would kill to have for sure.
To piggyback on that, like we've got the Star Wars games that are out there. You've got Rogue Squadron, you've got Rogue Leader, and you've got Shadows of the Empire. And these are fresh on my mind because I just did that Star Wars episode.
I love Shadows of the Empire.
Yeah, awesome.
Shadows would be rad. Mega Man 64, guys, come on, we need some Mega Man love on Switch too.
And we do have all the Mega Man games, so I mean we don't have the X games.
Legends.
We got the OGs, so why not? That's a good point. So
somebody's saying Smash. Where is Smash? Why?
I agree.
What is going on there? Like
I have it on my list too. Why don't we have it?
Yeah, and adding in the online functionality with the OG Smash would just be such a cool way to revisit where it all began. Play with friends online.
Exactly. Totally with you on that. All right.
Let's need Bad Fur Day. I just need Bad Fur Day.
I agree. Honestly, Bad Fur Day, I feel like is the poster child for the 18 plus app.
Yeah. Sure. Oh my god. Yeah.
Like we hope you created that for Conquer, right?
For Conquer to even be here.
Yeah.
None of the rest of the games matter if you're not bringing Conquer. Come on.
Exactly.
Yeah. I got two more to throw out there real quick. Snowboard Kids 1 and 2.
Oh my god, yes. Yes.
Of course. Thank God you added that. I love those games, honestly. Those games are really good. Do we have Excite Bike 64?
We do. Sarah Hill crashes again.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Just want to make sure. All right, so let's move on to the NES. And I got a list of games here. I'm going to give you one, though, that is a little puzzling, right? We have Ninja Gaiden. Why don't we have Ninja Gaiden 2 and 3? We're getting Ninja Gaiden Ragebound this summer. I wouldn't be surprised if we received the Ninja Gaiden Master Collection that released on PS4 and Xbox One. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black released in January of this year. And then Ninja Gaiden 4 is set to release in Q3 of this year. So there's a ton of Ninja Gaiden content coming out. Nintendo has a rich history with Ninja Gaiden. They were the only console to receive the Ninja Gaiden trilogy on Super Nintendo. And we received Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge on the Wii U as a launch title. So you would think that we would get the other Ninja Gaiden games. Yeah, we haven't yet. And those are like some of the things that when I kind of took a deeper dive into the NSO, I was like, this is a little puzzling why we don't have part 2 and 3. Because they're great games. They run fine. I have them physically still. What do you guys think? any titles that really stand out to you, Nate?
I've got two. So are we talking about NES only right now?
Yeah.
Okay. One, look, I don't even like this sport. I tried it when I was a kid. I hate it. I don't like watching it. But Blades of Steel.
Dude, Blades of Steel is
Yes.
badass.
Dude, that game
I
was-
have it.
If actual hockey was
Blades.
as entertaining as Blades of Steel, I would watch actual hockey.
I tune in every night. I would have NHL open ice.
Dude, Blades of Steel. I put so much time into that. My dad grew up, loves hockey, so like that he had that game on NES. So I played the hell out of it. So good.
And the mini game too. You
Oh
remember?
yeah.
At like halftime.
Yep.
What was that? What it was one of Konami's games. It was one of their shoot 'em ups that you could play.
I don't remember.
Amazing game though. Blades of
yeah.
Steel.
Yeah, just awesome. And then I'm just gonna throw this out there because I feel like might be getting a little game called Delta at some point on Switch 2. How about the OG Metal Gear?
I agree.
Ah,
yes.
There's two of
yeah,
them.
that's a great pick.
There's two on the NES. There's Metal Gear and then there's Snake's Revenge.
Yeah, there's Snake's Revenge, yeah. But I'm like, dude, we don't even have the OG. We might be getting Delta. What are we doing?
Let me throw this out there to you guys. I want to hear real quick the idea of this. And again, this is because like after playing with the mouse Joy-Con, I'm like, I feel like if we don't do it, it's a missed opportunity. But games like Duck Hunt, Wild Gunman, Hogan's Alley, bring that
Yep.
back with the mouse
Yeah,
Joy-Con, man.
Absolutely.
Like that
Well,
would literally have people playing it again.
We did it
It
with the Wii
works.
remote on the Wii U.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this is to me, I even said this in my Metroid video, right? Is that playing Metroid Prime 4 with the mouse felt like an extension of what they wanted to do with the Wii remote. Like it's the evolution of it. So naturally, it's like anything that we had from Nintendo with the Wiimote would be very suitable for the mouse Joy-Con. Gamer, what do you think?
I want Maniac Mansion
You know
on
I do.
NSO. With
That's
mousepad.
another great one.
So like that's a huge one for me. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you guys kind of named the big ones that I'd really want, but I grew up next to like my big Nintendo stuff, I grew up on a lot of point and click adventures.
Same.
Maniac Mansion was one of my first that I was obsessed with. The King's Quest games,
Mhm.
Day of the Tentacle,
Yep.
a lot of those Lucasfilm Studios games. So Maniac would be huge. I adore that game. I was obsessed as
I
a
do
child,
too.
and having the mouse mode, it would control better than it's ever controlled on console.
Yeah.
Um,
You guys know I love that game so much.
I totally spaced out because we have the SNES version, but what about Battletoads on NES?
Yes.
Yeah. That's another
Why do we have,
one.
why do we have the
True.
SNES one and not the NES one?
Yeah.
Yes.
We have Battletoads and Battle Maniacs. We have Battletoads Double Dragon,
Yeah.
but we don't have Battletoads on the NES.
Like- Yeah. What the hell?
right.
Are we missing? Wait, are we missing Simon's Quest?
Yeah.
Still, is that wow?
We're
Simon's
missing,
Quest would be a great one. Star Tropics
Castlevania.
2.
We're missing
Star Tropics-
Castlevania.
Nah,
entirely.
yeah, I want to pretend that game doesn't exist.
Yeah, so does Revenge.
Yeah.
We're missing Castlevania entirely.
original Castlevania. Yeah.
We don't have any of
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
And so we don't have Contra either. And all I could think, guys, is that the reason we don't have them is because Konami is still currently selling and pushing the
Mhm.
Castlevania Anniversary Collection.
Sure.
Contra. They're pushing the arcade classics, which a lot of these games, like almost all of them, hit the NES. Which I
Yeah.
feel like that is why we don't have it. Which
I mean, we
sucks.
don't have Duck Hunt, which I get at first, but then I remember I've watched people change it to mouse controls and emulators. So what are we doing?
Absolutely broken.
Yeah, well, it's absolutely broken with a mouse, to be clear. That's not fair. But I'm like, we've had light gun games. Like, bring it back, you know?
Yeah, and some accessory maker will sell a mouse shell of a NES Zapper. You know they will.
Oh yeah. Oh, you know what game was really good on NES and no one ever talks about? How about Batman the video game?
Oh,
Dude,
Batman
that
was
game's so
amazing.
badass.
It was
The
on my
music's
list.
so good. It's
Yeah.
so
it had,
good.
it had no business being that good.
Yeah.
None whatsoever, especially during that time when
Yeah,
back when
dude,
LJN was
movie
pumping out
games were
games
so
like
bad.
Roger Rabbit.
Yeah.
But do you guys? I love that you mentioned Batman because it makes me think about how I feel like all the way up until the GameCube generation, licensed games of like movie properties was huge. Every generation there was tons.
Yeah.
Tons.
A lot
And
of
it
them
was
were
always a
trash.
big deal. A lot of them were
like-
trash.
well, there were
but every
always
once
like
in a
some
while-
gems. There was some
Yeah,
gems.
every once in a while you got something like Return of the King, which in my opinion was
The Lord of the
fantastic.
Rings games, Two Towers and Return of the King by EA.
Yeah.
Badass.
Yeah.
So good. I still have it physically.
Dude, all those Star Wars games in the 90s were so good.
Star Wars ones were good.
Oh, Super
No.
Star Wars and Super Empire Strikes Back.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh.
Super Return of the Jedi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, I still
So
have
good.
those.
oh my god.
Did you any of you guys ever play what's it called? Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers and like
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah, of course I did.
Yeah.
Of course.
Duck Hunt is one I played.
DuckTales.
Or
Yeah, DuckTales
DuckTales, I'm
was
sorry. Yeah,
awesome.
over
Yeah.
and over
Oh
again.
Oh my
still-
god,
I still
DuckTales.
play these.
Dude, it's still good. DuckTales rocks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Saturday morning collection should be on.
It
Oh,
seems
yeah.
criminal that that's not on the Nintendo eShop. Like at the very
Mhm.
least, put it out there digitally. Like, how do we not
Mm.
have this? Honestly, we should have. There should be a physical edition of that for Nintendo
Yeah.
because we would
no,
all
no
buy it.
question. Yep,
That's our
in a heartbeat.
childhood.
because it's got
Yeah.
DuckTales 1 and 2. It's got Chip and Dale's 1. I think there was a sequel to that one. You
There
know,
was. And they were harder
Mickey-
to get
Yeah.
oh yeah,
because they
Yeah,
came
much-
out in
much harder.
'94. Both of those games, Chip and Dale 2 and DuckTales 2, came out in '94. I own them physically, but I bought them like 2 decades ago. And even when I, like at least 2 decades ago, like probably maybe longer than that, but they were not cheap then. And they're definitely not cheap now.
Yeah.
So it's like there's no way for people to really play these games. And that's why
Yeah.
this Saturday morning collection's so money. So it's like, why don't you guys release this on Nintendo? It's like mind boggling. Like, why don't we have Kingdom Hearts on Nintendo? It's a perfect match, you fools. You want to make
There's so
money,
many.
that's how you do it.
Yeah. Even the original. What was the? Do you remember there was a the first Ninja Turtle game as well? It was super hard to complete. I can't remember what it was called. I don't know if it
just
was
Ninja
called
Turtles. The arcade
just
game
Ninja
was the
Turtles.
second one.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It was super difficult. To
And it has
complete.
The
4
dam?
Raphaels on the cover,
Yes,
It does. The original all red bandanas. Yeah.
which
Yeah,
I learned is because of the comic.
Yep.
Yep.
Someone told me about it in my comments because I made a video on that game. By the way, have you guys beat it? Because I have.
No,
I got to the
Never the-
Technodrome as a kid, and I was only allowed 45 minutes of game time, and my mom made me turn it off.
Bro, when I was beating it, I yelled for Michaela to come in here. I'm like, I need you to come in here and see this, so I have a witness. And she's like, she didn't understand why it's a big deal. I'm like, no, you have no idea. This is a bucket list game that I finally beat. This is a huge deal.
Oh man, did any of you guys ever beat Bart versus the Space Mutants?
Nope, never did.
That was
No.
super
Never
difficult.
did.
That was so hard.
Did you beat it?
No way. No, I played it for years as a kid. I never beat it. It was
Nate
but I
knows-
loved it, but it was just too difficult.
One of my bucket list games that I beat last year on the NES was Yo Noid.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
One of
bring
my
back Cool Spot.
favorites. Yeah, Cool Spot. That was classic too, man.
Oh, cool. So yeah.
Yeah.
I miss all of that. The soft drink and junk food mascots, how they all got video games back in the day. It's like,
Yeah.
this is
Remember
wild
Snake
time.
King on 360 from Burger King, the
Yes.
Xbox 360 game?
That and Pepsi Man on
There was
PlayStation.
the 7-Up one too.
Cool,
Cool
Spot.
Spot.
Yeah.
Cool
Cool,
Spot.
yeah.
It is worth noting on the Genesis side of things on NSO, Castlevania, Contra, and somebody in chat was like, they need to bring Gunstar Heroes. It is on NSO, but
Mm.
Yeah.
so I do find that kind of interesting that they've worked some kind of deals with Konami to get Castlevania on Genesis, NSO, and Contra, but not on the not
And
on
what's
the Nintendo side of
interesting
things.
is those games are on the Sega Genesis Classic Edition, the mini console.
Mm.
So I don't know if there's any connection there, but I feel like there might be because it's unusual that we would have it on the Sega NSO and also on the Classic Edition.
I got to throw these out because these are ones that I'm watching the chat, and TNC Surf.
Yeah.
TNC Surf Design, I believe that
Love
was
it.
so
The
fun.
skateboarding's the best.
Skate or Die was like, and then I
Great.
don't even know. Do we have Paperboy? Is that
Speaking of Paperboy, I
We
don't
don't
think
have
we got
it.
it. I don't think it's there, is it? No.
No. Both Paperboy 1 and 2. Great games. Yeah, there's a lot of missed opportunities there.
I got 3 of them.
Yes.
Kung Fu.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I don't know
dude.
if you guys played that at all.
Yeah, I almost wore my
Absolutely.
Kung Fu shirt today, actually.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Captain Skyhawk.
Oh, yeah. That's a good
Could
one.
never beat that game as a kid. Came back, whooped it in like 3 tries.
Love that.
Nice.
Yeah. And then my last one would be Battle City. I don't know if you guys have ever played that or heard of it,
I have, yeah.
Never played it.
but it's a tank game. It's a two-player tank game, and you just kind of drive around and protect your flag, and
Yeah.
it's a lot of fun. My cousin and I used to play it a lot.
Came
That
out in
just made me
85.
think. That just made me think of another 64 game that I missed. Vigilante 8
Oh, yeah.
Another
Vigilante
one.
8.
would be
God.
great with the multiplayer.
Battle Tanks was really good also on 64.
I see Nady Nay says Bomberman. Bomberman
God, yeah, of
2
course.
for
Yeah. And when we jump to SNES next, I actually have Bomberman on my list because it's perplexing, especially if you look back at the Nintendo launch history that we did, the PowerPoint leading up. It's like Bomberman is always there, either at launch or in the launch window. And we don't have any of the Bomberman games on the NSO, which again points me back to what are we doing, Konami? Why don't we have Bomberman? Why don't we have Castlevania? Why are we missing Contra? Why are we missing all these games? Why are you holding out? What's the deal?
especially if it's licensed deals that are only going to last so long. Like,
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. And like even with the SNES, it's like Super Bomberman would be perfect because we don't need the multi tap because we can play, multiplayer now and play online too. Add online to that, dude. Adds a lot of value. Gamebird, what are you gonna say?
Oh no, nothing. I'm good.
Alright.
there's another one from chat from Nady Nay, Rampage for NES.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So good.
Or
Like,
Rampage 64.
yes.
Dude,
Great game.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I have that just sparked a crazy memory. I remember I forget which Rampage it was. I was a kid. There was it may have been Rampage 6 on the Nintendo 64.
World Tour or something like that. Or like,
There's two
Oh my
Rampages,
gosh.
right? There's 64.
Yeah,
and
whatever
then World
one
Tour.
whatever one it was, I remember being a kid and playing it, and anytime you destroy a building that had women in it, their yell was like, it was kind of like a seductive moan. They'd be like moaning, and I'll never forget my mother while I'm playing Rampage, like a
Wait
little
second.
dork. No, let me finish. My mother.
Whoa,
Busted
let you
through the
finish your
door.
mother?
Whoa, bro.
Whoa.
No,
Is that why
let me
you put that
finish.
can in your
Phrasing.
room?
My mother busting through the door. What the hell are you watching?
Oh,
But,
that's
yeah.
funny.
I was playing Rampage. Yeah.
Just destroying stuff, Mom. Don't worry.
You people are sick. and
Pouring
You're
milk
the one that
everywhere.
had the words, "Let me finish my mother," come out of your mouth. So
no, I said let me finish. Let me finish.
Chat, you heard it. We all heard it. All right,
There was
go on.
there was a comma in there.
there was a
Bubble Bobble, another one.
Yeah, give us
Bubble
part
Bobble.
2 because again, Bubble Bobble 2 came out in '93, and
Or what was the
that was a game that is still to this day. Like if you look it up, a legit console version, right? So a legit cartridge, not a reproduction. Look it up on eBay. It it's astronomical. That's a game that I also have. But again, I bought it years ago. When I did, I think I got it for 250 maybe. But you try and buy it today, who knows what it is now.
And let's go crazy. Let's get stadium events. Let's get Lil Samson. Let's get some of these
Yeah, little Samson.
highly sought after like collectors games. I think they would be really great for people to be able to try some of those. Obviously, stadium events is like what it turned into track and field or something like that. I can't remember which one, but
yeah, track and field by Konami is great. I love track and
Have
field
them
1 and
sell
2.
a USB trackpad.
That would be awesome.
Bring it back.
Yeah, right. Rainbow Island is kind of almost
It's
like
a-
a Bubble Bobble knockoff.
It is. It actually uses Bubble Bobble in the title.
Yeah.
And then you play it and it's not Bubble Bobble. So if you're expecting that as a kid, you're pissed, which I was.
Yeah, but it plays
but it's still
similar
good.
enough. Yeah.
Snow Bros.
Mm.
Snow
Yeah.
Bros. Great game.
But about Little Nemo.
Little Nemo, great game. Really good soundtrack. Capcom just put out bangers
They did. Yep.
during the NES era.
Guardian Legend.
Another good one.
E.T.
E.T. Yeah.
E.T.
I'm gonna have to go dig it up.
Yeah. Back in
Wasn't
Vegas.
that game unbeatable? Like literally unbeatable?
I think so. E.T. is like credited for the video game Crash for like the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah.
Which sucks for E.T. All right, let's move on to the SNES. And again, I'm thinking weird right now, and I'm wondering if we could get some SatellaView broadcast satellite games. And the reason I bring it up is because I've played them. I've played them on cartridge. I have them on cartridge. So again, if Weekend Warrior video game modders, tinkerers are able to figure out how to get the full game on cartridge, surely Nintendo can get it on the NSO. So that's my mindset here as to what's possible. Like if it can be done on the internet by people who are not professional game designers, game programmers, then surely Nintendo could do it. So why don't we? And for anyone who doesn't know about, the broadcast satellite, in Japan, the Super Famicom was able to be taken online on the internet. And there was quite a few games. There was F-Zero, there was Zelda, Harvest Moon, SimCity. There was a lot of really cool stuff. Broadcast Satellite Detective Club, which is, the origins of Emio, which of course came out on Switch. There's a lot of options there. Outside of that, though, there was one game I thought of, guys, that I really wanted to play, and I've talked about before. And I was just thinking this would be a great time to bring it back with the mouse Joy-Con. Give us Yoshi's Safari from the Super Scope 6.
Yeah.
Never got to play it. Still kind of mad about that. I mean, I could make it happen now, right? I have a CRT. I'm sure I could source a Super Scope.
The scope
But
was
what-
awesome.
I don't know what Yoshi's Safari goes for. It could be a game that's really cheap, or it could be a game that's super expensive.
I'd love that because I never had the scope. So
Yeah.
I never played any of those scope games. I had a game. I think I mentioned this in one of the first shows I joined with you guys. Stash, you actually named the game that I have. I was gifted a game when I was a
Battle
kid.
Clash.
Battle Clash, thank you. Yeah, with the green armored knight on it, and I could never play it, and I just never ended up getting a Super Scope. So, not that I need to get. I don't even know if Battle Clash was good or was crap, but I'd love just to get the chance to check out that realm of the SNES. The SNES has been my favorite console all the way up into Nintendo Switch. So to be able to revisit part of that catalog that I just never got to experience would be really cool.
Yeah, I would
Absolutely.
love what do you call it? This game, Terminator versus RoboCop. I think it is.
Oh yeah,
Which
Yeah, I
was
remember.
amazing. I actually I didn't even know that was on the SNES for years afterwards because I first played it. I'd swapped consoles with a friend he was a Genesis fan.
Yeah.
So we swapped consoles for like a week, and it's the one game I played on Genesis for about a week, and I loved it. I almost bought a Genesis just for that. It was an incredible game.
I still remember that box art too.
Oh my god, it's incredible. I would kill for that game for sure. And something like what's it called? James Pond.
Yeah,
would
the
be
James
awesome.
Bond series.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was so
Yeah.
funny. That would be awesome as well.
Josh, what do you got? What would you like to see come to the SNES?
So we talked about Batman in the NES. Batman Returns was so good. Like such an incredible beat 'em up.
Yeah.
Of course, Turtles in Time is
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hey,
One of
Konami.
my favorites.
Oh, both games are Konami. Again, it's
Mhm.
Konami who's holding out for making
Yeah.
NSO better.
Yeah, and the thing with I don't know if I've talked about it here and where I've talked about it, but Batman Returns, remember in the movie when Selena
Yeah.
Kyle's being held by the clown with the I don't know if he had a gun or a taser or whatever, but like
Yeah.
Batman shoots the back wall with his grappling hook and then pulls it. I remember playing that, beating it and starting it back over, and I was like, I wonder if I could do that. And sure enough, you can actually pull the chunk of concrete out of the wall, and it takes all of his health bar to the last one. And then so getting into the like you've got Final Fight, which was not great on Super Nintendo because it was only one player, but
Yeah.
then Final Fight 2, like
Great.
there's
Don't forget the Blockbuster exclusive Final Fight guy.
yes, there you go. Yeah. So anything that can like really dig into that history. And I have a very sad story real quick about my Super Scope. My sister, when she was 1 year old or 1 or 2, chewed the smaller part of the scope. She bit it right off of the and there was you couldn't
my God.
get a replacement for it. It was
Oh
like
my god.
that. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. And I remember like, cause I was like 10 and I was like, or 12. And I was like, you're paying me back for this when you finally earn money. I remember telling
They're
her.
like
So,
super expensive as well, weren't they? The Super Scope. I remember it being like we couldn't afford one. It was super expensive. So
Yeah.
goddamn.
yeah, I don't know. I think I saved up and was able to get it. So I was not happy, but I did get a lot of use out of it, thankfully, doing the different mini games and stuff. So,
Oh yeah.
but again, that's so like, there's a ton of history there. And like to be able to,
Mhm.
I mean, come on, Nintendo, you like selling us plastic. You sold us cardboard. Like just give us a Labo Super Scope that we can drop a Joy-Con in and call it good,
Right.
Absolutely.
something
Yeah,
like that would
sometimes
be
they leave
fun.
money on the table with stuff like that, like accessories that would just like fly off shelves if they just put it back out there.
Yeah.
Man, there's so many good SNES games that I would love to see come to NSO.
Yeah.
There's a theme with the games that I want. Obviously, I'm a huge RPG fan, and a lot of people credit PS1 and Fairly for being kind of like what really pushed the RPG genre and made it a staple. But I mean, I'd argue that the SNES was just as pivotal for the genre. And
would too.
obviously, we have one of the greatest, in my opinion, RPGs. One of my favorite games of all time, easily in my top 10, Chrono Trigger. That it's like, dude, we need a way to play that game on modern hardware.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling to me, especially with this year being the 30th anniversary. Like, why don't we have it?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's wild, but it doesn't stop there. We also have Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah.
I feel like Final Fantasy VI, you get it reminds me of like the Zelda fans. There's a lot of Zelda. Well, this is obviously pre Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. The argument used to always be either Ocarina of Time was the best. There was one side, and the other side was Link to the Past is the best. And that's how it was with Final Fantasy. You had the 7 crowd and the 6 crowd. So I think 6 is freaking rad. Beautiful game. I love some of the cool steampunky vibes that they did back then. Gorgeous pixel art. Some lesser popular ones that I'd love to see as well, though, is Secret of Evermore. Neat little RPG. Illusion of Gaia was another great one. Secret of Mana was another one of my favorite favorite games growing up, and I don't even want to talk about Square did with that game.
Well,
when they remade it.
I wanted to mention too, like with Secret of Mana, is that even last year we were talking about the possibility, right? And I still think it's going to happen, of Visions of Mana coming to Switch 2. And if you look at just the Mana series as a whole, it would be wise to introduce the IP to the younger generation, right? What better way than to announce, Visions of Mana at, say, like a third party direct or one of Square's directs, and say, and by the way, we're going to be launching the original Secret of Mana that started it all on the Super Nintendo NSO, complete with 3-player online support. Like, badass, right? That would be perfect.
It would be really cool.
Yeah. I thought of a few others. I can't believe I forgot them. I was thinking of. Do you remember the Desert Strike games, Urban Strike?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Those
fantastic.
Oh,
As
they were
EA.
amazing, super incredible. Like Micro Machines, I used to love.
Micro
and-
Machines, that was back when I think Codemasters had
That's
the
it.
IP, which
Yeah.
of course they're still making racing games.
Yeah, and then like I saw in the background of your camera from the stash, NBA Jam.
Yes.
NBA Jam was the ultimate sports game on the
I
Super
know.
Nintendo.
And
That was-
Heat. Bring
I would
both.
kill for a brand new one. That game
Yeah.
was just immense, incredible game. Just like the the finishing moves that you do, the special abilities where you like
Yeah.
slam down and break the glass. You know,
Yeah.
it was,
Exactly, man.
it was
Everyone played
so
Jam.
good.
Everyone loved it.
Incredible games.
These are
I had-
all
I had
these are all IPs EA owns now, and they're doing nothing with. They own NBA Jam now. They bought it from Midway, and they just sit on it.
Yeah, it's
Stu.
unbelievable.
I know.
I got 2 more I want to add in here. Josh mentioned one of my top picks already, Turtles in Time, one of my favorite games ever. But I want to add Mortal Kombat 2. Without the red blood, love it. And Earthworm Jim.
Oh yeah.
Another one. That
Yeah.
would be fun to see.
Earthworm Jim was a lot of fun.
Yep.
I was just going through like mental notes, not looking anything up. Oh great. It was because I'm thinking Star Wars. The Super Star Wars games we mentioned earlier. I ended up going back and beating all those later, kind of like Eric was talking about with was it Skyhawk?
Yeah.
Because the first time I rented Super Star Wars, I was like, this is insanely difficult. And then I remember getting Empire Strikes Back as a Christmas present on Christmas Eve and stayed up all night playing that and barely made. I didn't even make it off a Hoth, right?
Yeah,
And then,
writing down the codes and stuff every time you get a little further.
Yep,
The worst,
exactly.
not to cut you off, but the one that killed me was Super Star Wars. It was the stupid sand speeder at the beginning
Yeah.
when you're avoiding the rocks and jumping the gaps. The worst.
Oh, that was Empire or Return of the Jedi.
Was that Return?
Yeah, it was like to
Okay,
just get to
okay.
Jabba's palace, you had to do this.
That's right. You're right. It was Jabba's palace.
Yeah, so I was thinking Rogue Squadron. It's UN Squadron. I don't know if you guys
Oh,
remember
UN
this one.
Squadron's great. Excellent game.
So good. But then, if I remember correctly, I used to play a game called Ogre Battle.
Yeah.
And this was like, I was not much into like strategy kind of stuff. And then we did recently get some, but like the romance games, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and those did recently hit. And it's just so like, it was like such an interesting way to game because it was like you had to use your imagination on all the battles taking place because there was literally nothing happening on the screen. It was like you'd see this little general pop up and it's like, we're losing troops. And then, like that was like essentially it. And then I did mention earlier that Utopia game, which was like you had to like set out, build your city, build your defenses, and then like aliens would come and then once you'd lasted long enough, you could move to the next level or whatever the case may be. So, and I don't know if we're doing Genesis, but I do want to throw out. Oh, are we? Okay, perfect. Then I have my top pick for that one.
All right, we have any more to add? Nate, Eric, you got any?
I didn't play much for SNES, so no.
Okay, we'll move on. Some of these we'll touch on a little bit quicker. So,
I just want to throw this one out because I missed part of it because I was in the bathroom. Earthworm Jim.
oh yeah,
Yep.
Gamebird said it.
There you go.
Great game. Yeah, totally loved it. So Game Boy guys, I'm going to give you just a perplexing one right off the bat. Okay, So we have Wario Land 3 and Wario Land 4. But we don't have Wario Land 1 and Wario Land 2. Well, why? I mean, Wario Land 1 literally is Super Mario Land 3. You know what I mean? Like, once again, make it make sense. Why don't we have these games?
Oh.
Does anyone know why? Like, there's not a reason, right? There's not a weird reason. Like,
No,
the
I would
reason
love
why
that
we
game,
don't have apparently Mother 3, which we'll get to in the next segment.
Yeah. No real reason we don't have Yoshi.
Yeah.
Just called Yoshi. That's all it is. Why won't
We don't
have
have
it?
Yoshi. We don't have, I don't think we have, do we have Yoshi's Cookie?
I don't think we do. What's my
I
Switch?
don't think so. No reason we don't have Donkey Kong Land.
We do.
Oh, we do now?
We
Okay.
have all three. They
Do all
came
three
out,
Well, that's right. That was earlier this year, wasn't it?
yeah.
Yeah.
But again, it's like about time, man. It took long enough.
Yeah, no shit.
Kid Icarus as well. Kid Icarus of Myths and Monsters on Game Boy. That's a hidden gem. That's a great game. Why don't we have Kid Icarus, man?
Hey, Square. You're talking about making Final Fantasy and Nintendo synonymous? Final Fantasy Adventure.
Great games.
Come on.
Really fun games, yeah.
By the way, for me personally, any of the Ninja Turtle Game Boy games, loved them all.
Yeah,
So good.
Yeah.
So good. I mean, don't forget there is that collection on Switch that has all of the Turtles games minus one.
Which again, Konami. It all points back to Konami. Almost so many of these games that we're going to talk about is Konami. And there's a way to play them now, which is the only reason I can think why we don't have them. Pokemon is obviously a big one. Right. But again, we don't know. Like, that's a topic in itself that we don't have time to jump into, right? But it's like, again, maybe at some point we'll get them. We did have them last on the 3DS eShop. Since then, they've been absent. And I'm sure they have their reasons. Super Mario Brothers Deluxe as well. That was a great Game Boy Color game. I think it launched with the Game Boy Color, or was there shortly thereafter with Link's Awakening Game Boy Color?
DX, right?
Yeah.
It was the cartridge.
Yep.
For Zelda, and then
Yeah.
the clear cartridge for the Mario.
Yeah, exactly. Which was really cool. Anytime you could get clear electronics in the 90s was rad, and it still is today. They just don't do it for some reason. Any
Nintendo
Game Boy
did with the
games
Pro
do you guys
controller
think?
for Switch. It's got a little clear. It's dark clear, but it's still clear.
I agree.
Remember,
I
thanks
agree,
to
and
all the
it's
gamers or
appreciated.
whatever. Thanks to all the gamers, the little code that was found. I wonder if there's going to be an Easter egg on the new Pro controller.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
All right. You guys want to move on to Game Boy Advance?
Sure.
Okay. First one.
Well, I just want to throw out Prince of Persia for Game Boy before we go to.
Oh, okay.
Like, I do
Welcome
want
to
to
it.
make sure Prince of Persia gets thrown out. I don't know if Gargoyle's Quest is on the GBA on Game Boy. I think it's on. I know it's on NES, but that's also another fantastic
the Gargoyle.
fantastic game.
Those
And
are great
just for kicks, Mortal Kombat and Killer Instinct, because they were so hard to play, but still so great to see. Like when you'd pull off a finishing move on I know you'd like finishing moves, Game Bird, but if you if you pulled those off on Game Boy, it was crazy.
Oh boy.
All right. So
Can't
for
argue with that.
GBA, I'll just say it. Mother 3, the most anticipated GBA title that we still don't have in the US yet. It's available on the Japanese GBA NSO. I think Nintendo needs to stop playing and deliver us the goods. Honestly, I've thought about this a lot. If I was part of the marketing team, I would have Nintendo release it this Sunday on Mother's Day. Mother 3. Easy money. So many people.
Easy marketing.
But think about it. So many people would sign up for the NSO expansion pack a month before Switch 2 comes out. Easy way to generate new subs. Like, come on, dude. Easy. You guys are a company about making money. This is what every company exists for. Why would you not do this? It's not that hard. We can handle it. If you don't like some of the text in the game, have the translation team say something else. Right?
It's not like they don't do that all the time.
All the time. They do it all the time to this day. So it's like, just figure it out, bro. It's unacceptable. Gamer, what do you have on your mind there?
As far as Game Boy Advance goes, and I meant to say this for Game Boy, and it slipped my mind. Obviously, I feel like it's the obvious one, dude. Bring all the Pokemon games to NSO, like criminal.
Yeah.
People will go nuts for that. That one's just a winner. You know, they want to get more people subscribed. Bring all the Pokemon games to NSO. People will subscribe just for that.
And let us trade online.
Yeah, absolutely. It solving you know, those trade evolutions without link cables and stuff like
Exactly.
that as well. You know, so
Yeah, it's so easy, man.
yeah. But yeah, that's the big one. Obviously, another one that comes to mind is WarioWare on Game Boy Advance would be a lot of fun to see on there. But yeah, I don't know. I gotta relook to see what's missing from the Game Boy Advance library. But those are the ones that come right to mind.
I will say, guys, that like Pocket Monsters, as it was known when it first released, the 30th anniversary is next year. And so the one thing I thought is maybe, right? Maybe we could get Pokemon coming to NSO for an anniversary. But it seems like there's something else there, right? Like they don't want people to play the older games instead of the new games. They don't want it to probably steal sales.
Yeah.
Similar to how Nintendo doesn't develop new racing games like F-Zero anymore because it could potentially compete with Mario Kart. Like I think there's reasons for them as to why they're not doing it. Still sucks though, because we would all like to play them. And God forbid, God forbid the old generation starts to say the old Pokemon games are better than the new ones. That's a narrative we don't want.
There's an easy solution for that. All they have to do is start making the new Pokemon games really good. And when they remake them, like they did for Diamond and Pearl, make them really good and don't leave out content, you know?
Yeah. I agree. It's like, how
People
do they
will
expect us
buy it
to
and
catch
play.
them all if they don't let us play them all?
Yeah.
Make it make
I
sense.
ask myself that every day.
ATB, what do you got for GBA?
Just like some really obvious ones, like Mario Power Tennis, Mario Golf. I think it's missing. Final Fantasy. Was it Final Fantasy Tactics? I feel like there was one on there.
Tactics Advance.
Yeah, that was on there.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
great pick.
Even like Tony Hawk's was on there. There was a Tony Hawk's game I liked on there.
Bought that at launch for GBA. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's a bunch of even Harvest Moon. Give me Harvest Moon. I could do a farming simulator once in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The OG farming simulator.
Yeah. Yeah, we got like 100 on the Switch.
I know.
I don't think there's even an Advance Wars on there at the moment, is there? On the NSO on GBA. I don't think there is.
I don't think there is.
Nope.
Which is criminal, right?
That's insane as well. So that's crazy. So yeah, that should be on there. I can't think what else, but definitely those for sure.
All right, Josh, what stands out to you?
One of the games I played a ton. I used to did refinery work, and so it's a lot of setting stuff up and then having to watch what we call runs, essentially, where you just watch the machines. My buddy and I would do time trials on Sonic Adventures, and we would just do a level and then count our, like, look at the time. Okay, then we'd hand it over, and we were just speed running back and forth, and it was an absolute blast.
Speed running before it became a thing.
Right. Now I'm trying to find. I can't find the name of it. It was a first-person shooter on GBA. Right, and I'm looking at the list. I see Doom. I see X vs. Ever, James Bond, Duke Nukem, Ballistic, Doom 2, Medal of Honor, Wolfenstein. But it was like a survival horror kind of game. It was more of a like in almost like you were in an asylum or something along those lines. But I can't. I'm going to keep searching because it might be Dark Arena, but I had to during the time of Game Boy Advance. I was playing a ton of music and I was very involved in church, and we would play rock shows. I went to Russia twice for missions work. And so on the plane, we were playing games like Mario Kart and this shooter. I can't remember what it was. And as well as like, I remember I get on the plane. This is shortly after 9/11, and I was playing Metroid, and I was like, I just got the bombs, and everybody was like,
Oh shit!
shut up.
It's pretty funny.
I was talking
Yeah.
Metroid, yo, like calm down. But so, but yeah, like Sonic was super good. If I find what this it's maybe it's a Mandela effect, I'm not sure, but
Probably.
I'll try to
They're
find
everywhere.
I'll try to find that. But like
I did my book
um,
report on Nelson Mandela in school. I know what happened, so
Nice.
I'm with you
Perfect.
on that.
but I did mention the one missing Turtles game, and it's a GBA game. And I believe Ubisoft put it out, and it's the TMNT game where you mostly play as Raphael.
Yeah,
I saw I watched Gamebird's face when I said it. He was like, "What turtle game am I missing? Like, what?"
Yeah.
And it for some reason it's one I've had in my collection forever, and it is a really great like beat 'em up. It plays like the classic Turtles games. So, but I don't even think, do we have all of the Mario Advance games on NSO?
I think we do. Yeah, we
Okay,
actually
'cause-
we even have Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Brothers 3 with the e-reader levels.
Yes, that is the best way to play that game.
It
My,
is.
my daughter was just asking me, like what Mario games, and I'm like, you have all these classic ones, and if you want to play 3, she's like, I want Mario games to play with my boyfriend. I'm like, go to the GBA and play that version of 3, and she was like, oh, I forget I have those. So
People forget that's the best way to play it.
yeah, and you get Charles Martinet going, hoo, just what I needed every time
Yeah.
Mario gets a power up.
Which is awesome.
Yeah.
I left out a game that I forgot. I have to include this one because I love this series so much, and I would love. We already have two games from this series on NSO. It's the Game Boy Advance Banjo-Kazooie game, Grunty's Revenge.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god,
Get
yeah.
all Banjo on Switch, including the remake or the sequel that
Mhm.
we're for sure getting.
Banjo Pilot also.
Banjo
on GBA.
Pilot.
Yeah.
I never heard of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a kart racing
I need to look
game,
this
but you
up.
can also fly. And oddly enough, it was published by THQ, but it was still developed by Rare.
Holy moly! How is this a blank?
Yeah, you're gonna have to
I have
source.
no
you're gonna have to
memory of
source
this.
that.
No, Nintendo's gonna have to bring it to NSO. Period.
Yeah, there you go. They should.
That's crazy. I missed this one. Wild.
Eric, you got any?
Yeah. We have the super the SNES version of it, Dodgeball.
Hmm.
Oh yeah,
We don't have the
dodgeball
GBA
games are
version of it.
great.
We have Super Dodgeball Advance. Do we have any of the Mario and Luigi games on NSO?
Yes,
we
we
have
do.
Superstar Saga.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, those were the only ones I could think of.
Nate, what do you got?
Nothing. You guys said all mine.
All right, well, I'll tell you one other. We're still missing Mario vs. Donkey Kong. How do you give us a remake on Switch, but don't give us the original on NSO? Unless you think it's going to hurt sales. That's all I can think, right? Is people will be like, this is like a 1-to-1 remake. I'm not going to spend $50 for this. I played it. I loved it. I played both. So I don't think people will think that, but I have to wonder if marketing thinks that. One other one is Mario Pinball Land on GBA.
Mm.
Good
40th
game.
anniversary.
Good game. 40th anniversary. Oh my god, we are old.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oof.
No, not of that game, of Mario.
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
Well,
the
there's
pinball,
there's other pinball games, like Pokemon has a pinball game, don't they? That has the battery pack. Is that the
Yeah.
for the old school Game Boy, not GBA? But then you've got like, didn't Metroid Pinball come around, or like didn't that come around the same?
Metroid Prime
was that
Pinball
DS?
was DS.
DS. Okay.
That was back when we were getting just a lot of Metroid love.
Yeah.
And then they
yeah.
took a huge break.
Was there a
for
Kirby
many
Pinball? Was
years.
that GBA?
Yeah. That was the Kirby Pinball was Game Boy Color. And
Oh, okay.
it had the built-in, was it Rumble? Because we also had the Kirby Tilt and Tumble on Game Boy Color that had the built-in motor,
Yeah.
which was like a huge deal back then. All right. You guys ready to move on to the Genesis? This is our last one.
Let's do
How
it.
long? How it's just taken us? What, an hour and 15? I love it.
All right, I'm gonna get the
I'll be
obvious
quick.
one out of the way.
Are
Okay.
you new here?
Why don't we have
No, just late.
we have Sonic the Hedgehog 2. We don't have original Sonic. And we don't have Sonic 3. We don't have Sonic and Knuckles. All we have
Sonic and
is
Knuckles.
Sonic the Hedgehog Part 2.
Yeah.
What? Why?
wild.
Now I know with Part 3, obviously, Michael Jackson is
Made the
credited
music.
for the music of the game. He's in the credits. But again, you re-released this in many other fashions. Use that version of the game, right? No worries. But even if we remove that aspect, why don't we have Part 1? That's a serious omission. And all I can think is that it's because it's not for resale. Because of the not for resale label. I'm joking, obviously. But it's like, come on, bro. Like, why do we not have this game?
Cue the crickets.
I was like, wait a minute. My brain broke right there. I was like,
Everybody remembers, right? The not for resale
Yeah,
label.
the
Like,
label.
he's like, can I trade? Am I allowed to trade this in?
that's right. I
Yeah.
like, wow. I'd forgotten that was on there, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's crazy that we don't have all of those on there. Such an iconic part of what made the Genesis so popular and so great. I know everyone's like the darling is Sonic 2. My favorite was always Sonic 3. So not having that on NSO is a huge bummer for me.
It is. I agree.
And just look, we're gonna get to this in the Q&A section because we always do. But any copy of NBA Jam and NFL Blitz that we haven't mentioned needs to be on NSO.
Yeah.
Nah, totally. We all know why though. It's because of the licensing.
I don't care. All these third-party
it's
games are
licensing.
licensing.
No, with the NBA.
Well, so what?
It's
Tell
the
the NBA
same
to fuck
reason we
off.
don't have the N64 wrestling games. It all
Rebrand
goes
it.
back to that, which sucks.
Tell them to fuck off.
I agree. I think it's complete horseshit because we all want it. And honestly, I think 2K deep down knows that their wrestling games are inferior to the N64 wrestling games, even almost 3 decades later. And they don't want competition because nobody would buy the new wrestling games if we already have the GOATs to play and we could play online. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, No Mercy Online. Oh, that'd be
Dude,
incredible.
right?
Oh my god.
I don't know why. I guess, and maybe it's because of the personas, of the wrestlers. Maybe that's where the issue lies. But like,
So
at the very least, WCW versus NWO Revenge, that could potentially get put on because it's not the WWF issue versus the WWE, right? Like, that seems like it'd be an easier get. And but who, I don't know. Who knows? All those guys probably want a piece of that pie if it were to happen.
probably. I think that's what it is too. Gamer, what do you think?
Man, Genesis. I'll be quick. 3 games come to mind immediately. They're my top 3 pick. We got the Sonic games out of the way, so these would be my next top 3. Gunstar Heroes,
It's there.
Is it there? Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
take that back. Okay. Well,
Treasure, right? Was the developer.
yeah.
Who
Okay.
also made what was the game on 64 that I love, that you guys love, everyone loves? Mischief Makers.
Mm.
Yeah. All right.
Let's
Go ahead.
see.
Sorry.
Okay. My next big one is Crusader of Senti. It was like Sega's Legend of Zelda game.
Yeah.
Awesome game. Really cool, really expensive if you want to try and find it outside. But yeah, that's my big one. I think my last pick is on there too. It's been a while since I've been on the Genesis NSO. So I'll just ask, is Phantasy Star 4 on NSO?
I don't think
I'm
so.
looking now. I don't think it is. I'm looking now. I don't think it is.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so then Gunstar's already there. We got one of my top 3. It's gonna be Phantasy
No,
Star
it is.
4.
Fantasy
It
Star
is.
4
Okay.
is. It's the only
See?
Fantasy Star.
Wow. Okay. Well, then just Crusader of Senti in the Sonic games. Shows what I know.
I forgot it was on there. I feel like I need to go back and hit that up too. Mega
It
Man: The
needs to be
Wily
up.
Wars is on there
I got
too.
some.
Oh, Wily Wars. Wow.
I got some gems
All right.
for Sega.
Let's hear it,
Check it
Josh.
out.
I want to get Nate's in chat. He said Terminator versus
Yeah,
RoboCop,
Absolutely.
which I never played, but I mean I love that. And then he also, I was going to say it without, but then I saw he put it as well. But the Road Rash games
Oh yes.
EA,
like hours,
EA once
and
again
hours.
holding out.
And I mean, even on 64, Road Rash
Yeah.
64 was super good. Like, but the Road Rash games were like, man, just so
We
much
had to
fun.
talk
Of
our
course, I
parents
think
into letting us rent that. By the way, Road Rash.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you're fighting people, you're knocking people off their motorcycles. That and Skitchin. If you remember Skitchin.
Mm-mm.
Oh, look it up.
Was-
Look it up,
no,
dude.
I don't know. Okay.
It was along the lines of Road
I
Rash.
will.
But please continue.
Well, and now I'm seeing, we were talking wrestling games on 64, but if they could work these deals, you could get, they've got looks like a Raw game, WWF
Yeah.
Raw on Genesis. But do you remember the Super Nintendo like WrestleMania
Oh,
and stuff?
yeah.
Like those,
I
Yeah.
have them still.
they were so, they're so good. Like so
Yep.
good. By far, game that has to be there, X-Men 2.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right, like just pure gold. But then one of my all-time favorite games on the Sega Genesis is called General Chaos.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. I remember the box art specifically. Yeah.
Right, and it was like a 5v5 RTS, and I just remember the flamethrower was my favorite guy to use in that game, because when you walked up to somebody and you hit them with the flamethrower, their crotch would just catch fire, and they would look down at it like, I'm burning, right? And then it would just turn into a skeleton. But then if you walked through the water and came up, you would just shoot bubbles out, and you had no. And it's these very like smaller sprites, but they still had quite a bit of detail, and it was like you were just on a single board, and it was essentially a chess match. But you'd have grenades, you'd have machine guns, you'd have a bazooka, and you'd have a flamethrower, and you would just have to, like, the rock paper scissors thing. This one takes out this, so on and so forth. And it's a game that, like, I've only seen in the wild one time. So
That's wild. I never played that one. You made me think of
It's so good.
whatchamacallit, Siphon Filter with the taser. You tase people till they light on fire on the PS1. That was so, I don't know why. That's like
brutal.
all I used. That's all I did in that game. I had a rough childhood. So
You know what? Another one is Maximum Carnage.
oh yeah,
The red
Yes!
cartridge.
Spider-Man.
yes,
Yeah, that game was awesome.
Yes.
Again, it's these licensed IPs that are like, all right, will we realistically get
and there's
those?
a sequel to
I don't
that.
know. Probably not.
Isn't there a sequel to that? That's a bunch of symbiotes.
I'm not sure.
I'd have to look.
Let me
Yeah,
check.
double
I've seen. I'll look it up. I think it's a Super Nintendo game.
While you look it up, I'll tell you guys one thing that I think we should get. and that was because of the news that just came out this week that our favorite dolphin is returning. Not the Nintendo dolphin, but Echo the dolphin.
Echo the Dolphin.
And it's like, we don't have Echo.
We don't have Echo the Dolphin?
Well, Tides of Time. I think we have OG Echo, but Tides of Time, the sequel on Sega.
Oh, damn.
Give us that, because we're getting a new Echo the Dolphin. From what we had read, is that they're going to be like remastering the originals and then bringing out a brand new Echo the Dolphin game.
That's wild. I think the last Echo game I ever played was on PS2, I want to say. Was the last time I touched Echo.
Yeah. It was a good one, man.
So the game was called Separation Anxiety.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And it's got like Venom, Carnage, and another one of the symbiotes that I don't know. I don't even know if it's Carnage, actually. I don't think it is. I think it's... There's so many of them now. I
They're
don't
different
remember all
games,
their names.
but commonly brought up together from what I'm looking at.
Yeah, it's Spider-Man and Venom, Separation Anxiety. And there's just a lot of symbiotes. So
It's a good one. ATB, you got any Sega games you want to see?
Well, even though I prefer the Super Nintendo version by a mile, I wouldn't say no to Aladdin.
Neither would I.
Why not? Even I don't care anyone says the Super Nintendo version is the one, but I would play that. And I don't know, this definitely came out on the Super Nintendo. I don't know if it made it on the Genesis, but Alien 3 I loved.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure if that came to Genesis, but that was an awesome game.
It did. I don't know if it was the same game though. Because you remember, just like with Aladdin, we'd get the same games, but they're different games.
Yeah.
Same name, same release date, different games, different levels. Ports were different back then.
Yeah.
And you just made me look up Aliens versus Predator, which for sure was on Super Nintendo, but like such a I played that in the arcade like crazy. Like that took a lot of quarters.
Absolutely. Did we even get Killer Instinct on the N64 NSO? We must have, right? I didn't.
KI Gold?
We didn't get it.
I don't think we've got KI Gold yet. No, we haven't. So again, that's another rare game that it's like, what are we waiting for?
Yeah.
Unless you're waiting for Xbox, for Microsoft to announce we're bringing Killer Instinct to Switch 2. And here's KI Gold as well. You guys can play that now. The new Killer Instinct comes out, a month or two down the road. There's a lot of games where they could do that.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that happens. Hopefully. Eric, you got any?
No, I didn't play a whole lot of Genesis, so.
All right. Nate, what do you got?
Sorry, I was muted. I got one. Rampart.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Again,
Dude.
I can see the box art right now, too.
I love strategy games, and that was like one of the best back then, man.
They did
good.
pretty good strategy games back in the day. For you guys to have so many strategy games to bring up.
It used to be a massive genre. There's not as many of them, though.
Let me tell you one that is a huge omission is, for the Genesis NSO, and that's Streets of Rage 3.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And also, I would prefer that they give us Bare Knuckle 3. Because there's regional differences between the games. And Bare Knuckle 3 is kind of known as like the uncensored version and the far superior version of the game. And we got stuck with, which happened often back in the day. The American version gets shafted. But Bare Knuckle 3, Wonder Boy, again, seems weird. And then one of them that I know we won't get, but I think everyone who played this game as a kid probably loved it on Sega, and that's Quackshot.
I never played that one.
Ugh. You had a gun that could shoot plungers.
I'm scrolling a list right now just to see if I missed any, and that was the one that just went by.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
Starring Donald Duck.
Yeah, and again, licensing. Those are licensing hurdles.
Wasn't there an Alex the Kid game also? Because that's not here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alex the Kid
right.
for sure. Yeah.
Alex Kidd, Wonder Boy.
Yeah.
Those were like potential like mascots for Sega back in the day.
Mm.
It
Yeah,
seems odd that those are missing.
So-
there was that other one too, Rocket Knight, right? Like
Yeah, that's by Konami again.
Yeah.
yeah.
And I gotta wonder, I have Rocket Knight on Switch. I have it physically. It came out recently
Mm.
by Limited Run Games. MVG, Modern Vintage Gamer, worked on it on the actual emulation. And I have it. So again, like all of these old Konami games, they've given us a way to buy them for more money now, which
Mhm.
is the only reason I can think we don't have any of these Konami games. It's always Konami.
Always.
Konami.
So I just found Splatterhouse 3,
yeah.
Yeah.
right? And that then made me think about, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Like, remember how, Mortal Kombat, blood in games, violence in games, all that
Yeah.
kind of stuff. There is a game on the Genesis called Time
I
Killers.
remember it.
That is a fighting game where everybody had some kind of a chainsaw or a sword. And if you lopped off your opponent's arm, when they went to hit left arm and it was gone, blood would just squirt out.
Damn.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That spot.
Give us Primal
Like,
Rage
it
also.
was, and that's the other one I was thinking.
There was so much hype around
good.
that game. Do you guys remember the hype for it back in the day? People were
Oh,
really
yeah.
excited for Primal Rage, and it was not anywhere close to as good as the arcade game as some of the other arcade ports that hit, the 16-bit consoles. All right, let's go around. Does anyone have one last pick? I'll give mine first. One game I didn't mention on the NES that I love, once again, by Konami, and that's Jackal, the tank game. I have it up on the shelf. Love it. Still play it today.
If we're talking N64, I forgot to mention the soccer games, International Superstar Soccer. They were obviously in Europe.
Konami
massive.
as well.
The Konami as well. Yeah, those games were amazing. But yeah, I doubt we'll get to see them. But they were incredible football games. And I'm not sure what else. I'm sure there's stuff I'm forgetting, but I thought we were going to do GameCube. I had a whole list for GameCube games. It's like super
that's
exciting.
funny.
Oh man, I was thinking like Beautiful Joe 1 and 2 and Killer 7 and Def Jam Vendetta. I was like, I'm getting excited about it.
Those are all games I want to for sure.
Next time.
Yeah, we'll do that one next time. Oh man, I'm trying to pick between two. They're both N64 games. I'm gonna go with Mystical Ninja Goemon
For 64.
for the Nintendo 64.
Dude, that
Really
intro
cool game.
song. Remember the intro song?
Yes.
Dude, it's so good. It used to get stuck in my cousin's head, like bad. And I recently booted it up on the projector when I was testing out my retro tank. And I recorded the whole video and sent it to him. And he replied to me, he's like, "You fucker. This is going to be stuck in my head now forever." I'm like, that's why I did it.
That's awesome. I love it. But yeah, Mystical Ninja on the 64, awesome game. It's one that a lot of people never got a chance to play. And I feel like that's half of what NSO is about. It's to bring in people to live out all their nostalgia and memories growing up, but also to bring in people who are like, hey, I never heard of this one before. So
Exactly. I agree. Josh.
I cannot remember the name of this game, and I have a feeling I could be like remembering it with something that was on the 360 as well. But it was like kind of like a shmup, like a 1942 style game, but you were on a beach, and then but I can't remember. So I'm just gonna go with 1942 because I loved those style games, and like they were just. And my best friend growing up, we played so much 1942 and like, just games in that genre that like it's just kind of the classic arcade.
Yeah, it was that era, man. It was fun.
Yeah, for sure. And the other game him and I used to play a ton was Mock Rider, which finally recently got put on NSO. So which I saw a little there's some bike in the Mario Kart world that is pointing back to Mach Rider as well, which I was like, yeah,
Oh, I didn't notice that. I'm happy to hear
it's
that.
like the Mach cycle or something
Yeah,
like that.
that's awesome.
So something I can't remember. I have to look it up, but
I'm just gonna throw it out there, but Superman 64, just because.
Yeah.
So everyone
Just
else
make it
can
happen.
experience
really
it.
that bad.
Wow.
That's funny.
Yeah. Give me any of the South Park games
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
because they had the 64 one. That one was fun as hell.
Yeah. That was so funny.
They got the 18 plus.
Yeah.
That's true. Nate, what do you got?
Look, I don't have anything that hasn't been said already, but I'm just gonna re-emphasize because of how important this game was to me, Turtles in Time, and I'm gonna keep saying it until it happens.
Amen.
Yeah, amen. Amen. I really want that as well. It's amazing. And just the idea of being able to play that online with NSO would be really cool as well.
Also, the fact that it was really good when the movie sucked is just awesome.
Oh, you
Hey,
mean
that
the-
first
the
movie
third
is actually
movie?
good.
I like
third
part 1
movie.
and 2.
Oh,
No,
the third movie where
the
they
third movie where
they
they
try
time
and-
travel. They time
Yeah,
travel. in
the
movie.
third went straight to VHS.
Yeah, it was garbage.
Dude,
It never came out in the
Was-
theater.
It sucked.
the worst thing, despite the story being bad in that one, the worst thing ever was not utilizing Jim Henson Studios because
Well, he refused to
Turtles,
make new. He refused to make new turtle costumes. He
Ah,
didn't like how violent the movies were.
well,
no,
those
lame.
turtles in 3 are hideous.
No, because what I
they're like
actually
covered
heard,
in liver spots and stuff. It's terrible.
what I heard is that the original costumes actually were so broken down
Yeah.
that they would have needed to completely rebuild them, and
Yeah, no. So what it was is the costumes were broken down, but Jim Henson Studios wasn't willing to make new ones because they didn't realize that the movies were going to be so violent. There's too much violence for their studio, so they didn't want anything to do with making new turtle suits. So whatever company I don't know who they hired to make the new ones, but they were really bad.
Must have been
It
that
says that-
scene when they put Shredder in the trash compactor that probably put him over the edge.
But dude, if you think about it,
Yeah.
Dark Crystal is darker than anything in those turtles movies.
That's a good
Yo,
point.
Miss
Just
Piggy
saying.
whoops ass like no other. Get
Even
outta here.
Labyrinth. Even Labyrinth, man.
too.
Labyrinth, Labyrinth's pretty dark.
Yeah, you
I-
had the
I'm
dude
kinda
pissing-
curious,
pissing in
like-
the pond.
I'm kind of curious, like, because they, Ninja Turtles, they're ninjas, right? They fight. There's obviously violence. I'm kind of wondering what the pitch was to originally get those OG costumes made, like why they thought there wouldn't be so much violence in the movies.
Right. What were you expecting? Exactly.
Like the comics have tons of violence in them. What are we doing?
Yeah.
And like,
Especially the first
how
one.
would
Yeah.
you miss the
Brutal.
cartoon in the 80s? Like, if
I
you
just-
saw an episode, you'd see that, yeah, there's fighting. That's the premise,
Yeah,
man.
I mean,
Ninjas fight.
Unless it simply was that trash compactor scene, and they're like, "Yeah, we can't." I'm like, "Yeah, you don't see anything. You just see the hand. What are we doing?"
It was that, or maybe it was Casey Jones, with the the baseball
Oh,
bat, the hockey
Yeah,
stick,
that was a pretty sick. That was pretty
Jose
awesome.
Canseco
That was
reference.
pretty
Jose
awesome.
Canseco bat? Tell me, you didn't pay money for
That
this?
was pretty awesome, though.
Yeah, that scene's so good.
You gotta know what a crumpet is to play cricket.
Yeah, classic, dude. All right, well, I think that wraps up the NSO.
All right.
Yeah, there's obviously more, but shoot, man, that could
we
be
can spend
a
all night.
4-hour podcast. Yeah,
Could.
so
Yeah.
let's move on to the next one.
Eric, what are we talking about?
Hyping up
And make it
Nintendo
quick.
Switch 2. Yeah. No, don't worry. I won't have much to say. Yeah, like we're less than 1 month away to launch. So we're gonna check in on our hype levels. Let's talk about what game we're playing first. And how we're feeling compared to when pre-orders opened. How are we feeling on this stuff?
I'll go and make it short and sweet for me.
Mhm.
Here's the thing. I don't feel any different now than I did before pre-orders were open. I don't know how I could. They revealed everything I needed to see. I'm very excited. The first thing I'm probably playing is Mario Kart. Like I think that's going to be true for most people because it's the big launch exclusive. And there's only really one other exclusive at launch, and it's like I think most people think should be a packing game.
Mhm.
Everything else is third-party games that have existed elsewhere, which is totally fine. I mean, Deltarune, I want to give a shout out to Chapters 3 and 4, Hades 2, timed console exclusive, even though you can play it on PC right now. But yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, a lot of the stuff that's exciting about a new generation is not what happens at launch. It's what's coming, what's happening later, like Duskbloods, all the other exclusive Nintendo games they have coming. The third parties, when they finally start to get, you know, not the old games, but modern, up-to-date, day-and-date games. You know, like that's probably going to be happening with Call of Duty when it gets announced this summer and stuff like that. So that's the stuff I'm really excited for, is not so much what's already announced, but what's to come. But I mean, I'm playing Mario Kart first, probably. I mean, I'm going to be doing a big 8-hour launch stream, so I know that's probably the first game popped in. Second game popped in, I might check out Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 edition just to see, you know, what's going on compared to Switch 1. Besides that, Cyberpunk, and who knows from that. The chat's going to kind of help me decide where I go from that point. But I'm really excited. You know, it's funny because one of the talking points here says, you know, what advice could you give to our viewers to get your body ready for Switch 2? And it's like, look, the only advice is if you plan to sink a ton of hours in, take some time off work, make sure you get some sleep. Let's say you go to a midnight launch, get June 5th off, and you're at a midnight launch, go get some sleep, pick up your system, go home, set it up, start your system transfer, go to bed. Get a nice, good night of rest. So when you wake up at 8 a.m., 9 a.m. the next day, sleep in a little bit, feel good about yourself, eat your breakfast, and then hit that marathon. Then just have that marathon of gaming. Don't try to be like, oh, I worked all day on Thursday and now I'm tired and I'm staying up till midnight and then I just want to game all night. It's like, yeah, I understand. Like that's like a teenager thing to do. A lot of us aren't teenagers anymore. let's approach this correctly.
Grow up. Is what you're saying.
I'm just saying, be smart about it. You can get all your gaming in. Just be smart about it. And hey, you want to pull an all-nighter on launch day? Who cares? You were preparing for that, right? If you got the next day off or whatever's going on. So yeah, I was just glad to some of the other talking points. I guess I'll leave those alone for now. But yeah, I don't know. That's kind of how I'm feeling. I mean, I don't think there's. I think here's the thing. I was so hyped going into all of this. My hype levels have just stayed up there. Like I know there's a lot of negative opinions about there on different things that are justified in many cases, but I just don't care because the games look incredible, and that's literally the only reason I play. I don't all the rest of the crap surrounding the game's kind of, you know, whatever, kind of noise to me. So I'm good.
Yeah. I can go real quick. I mean, I'm going to be playing Mario Kart. That's pretty much it. And then kind of hopefully finishing up Echoes of Wisdom.
Yeah, Echoes of Wisdom is also getting an update.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
free update.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but how I'm feeling now versus, you know, when pre-orders came out, I know Gamebird can agree with this one, is the butt is a lot less clenched because now I know I'm actually getting one. So there is that.
Yeah, the relief of knowing.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I have a launch day one. We're good.
Yep. That is the biggest thing, is just knowing that I have one.
Relief.
Mm-hmm.
Totally. I gotta echo Eric's statement. Like there was a lot of I said this a couple times on the show. A lot of anxiety when pre-orders were announced. You know, you worry about scalpers, all the craziness that's gonna ensue. Then they got delayed, and it was like, I feel relief for some reason, even though I really want to play the console. And then, pre-orders are back up. Shit, I'm feeling panicked again. Got my hands.
Night.
I know. Oh my god,
the panic we all had as we sat here after the show trying to pre-order.
Yeah, ATB pre-orders went live on the night of the cast, so we all stayed in video call and we're all helping each other out. It was a wild night. But,
watching everyone panic.
The change is a feeling of relief and calmness that's come, and it's kind of just like the calm before the storm. That being said, with each day, it's like I'm getting a little bit more excited again. That hype's building up as we inch closer. The 1 month till Switch 2 was like the big one. It's like, oh my God, 1 month away.
Dude.
So yeah, I'm getting my body ready. I'm trying to eat better for the release of Switch 2, trying to move around a little bit more for the Switch 2, trying to stay hydrated for the Switch 2. I recommend everyone in chat do that. Make sure, like, if you guys really want to be prepared, make sure you get your hands on a Nintenbyte shirt, and make sure you guys are drinking milk out of the all new Nintenbyte glass.
Yes.
Because
Also, some Nintendo
I heard
Adderall.
that drinking out of a Nintenbyte pint glass does the body good. Just
It
saying.
does. And
But-
that's the best way to get your body ready.
Absolutely. And when it comes to, like, Switch 2 launch Mario Kart, as you said, Nate, that's the big one. Eric, we're all going to be playing Mario Kart. That's the big hype. For me, I'm also really excited to dive back into Yakuza 0. It's one of my favorite series. That's a non-Nintendo series of all time. I especially 0. Really, really love that game. This one's got some extra cutscenes and some new story and stuff in it. So super excited to revisit that game. And then the other one is Xenoblade Chronicles X. I've been waiting for Switch 2 to play this one. And I don't know about you guys. I've kind of not been playing my Switch the last week, I want to say.
Right.
And I've been kind of avoiding it because
I don't even want
can't
to.
do
because
it.
Switch 2's coming.
Yeah.
Every time I turn it on, I'm like, this isn't Switch 2.
I'm sure ATB, you can relate to this. I've got a large backlog of games and stuff that I could be playing right now while I wait for Mario Kart World, but it's like, nah, I got to play it on the new hardware. And the last thing I want to, the last thing that I want to say is, one of the things I'm really excited about, and this might be stupid to y'all, but it's one of the little things. Every time there's a console launch, that feeling of opening the box. I haven't gotten to go hands-on with this console, so that feeling of opening the box for the first time, taking it out, feeling it for the first time, booting it up, and choosing your preferred language and the settings, and adjusting it to your TV and screen, like just that first initial startup of a new piece of hardware is always like a feel-good moment for me. I know it's like kind of a stupid thing, but it's like not. I don't know.
It's real. It's a feel-good moment for me too.
It's like, and then you do all those initial startups, and the logo pops up, and you're like, here we go. So yeah, I'm getting hyped.
It's not the same though when it's like your cell phone. Like when you get a new phone, I'm like, can I get done with all this shit?
And the setup's exactly the same usually.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to note is that this isn't so much to do with launch, but because of when it launches the day before Summer Game Fest. So like the crazy thing is like we've even seen some third-party games get announced, no Switch 2 logos. But guess what? Once June 5th hits, we have nonstop announcements all June. And we're going to see the Switch 2 logo and a ton of shit. And I can't wait. It's going to be so, like, that's what's crazy. I'm going to do an 8-hour stream and I'll be like, oh man, this is awesome. Can't wait to play more Switch. Oh shit, it's Summer Game Fest. Back to live streaming.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
It's like, that's work. Stop gaming, Nate. You thought you were gaming this opening weekend? No. You got to go cover all this stuff.
It's true.
Oh, but it's fine. It's the job. But that's also what's starting to get me more excited closer we get to launch. I was like, yeah, we have this epic launch stream that leads right into all the big summer game announcements and probably ending June with a direct as well. So it's gonna be great. I can't wait. What a great time to launch a system, man.
Yeah.
I know. ATB, what do you got?
Oh man, yeah, I'm super pumped for it now. I want to say that when it first revealed, I was excited, but maybe not as excited as I was, when we saw the Switch 1, because it was a brand new concept. But the closer we get, the more pumped I feel, to play it. Also, the original Switch, I got to go to one of the events in London, so I had it, I held it before and I played some Mario Kart, so I kind of knew what to expect. But with this, I didn't get to go hands-on, so I am like really, really excited for it. I did get my pre-order. I got the Mario Kart bundle. I stupidly promised to do a 24-hour stream on. I'm giving away a console as well, so it's I'm gonna have to sleep the night before. So I will be playing Mario Kart, but I really, maybe even more than Mario Kart, I really want to play Fast Fusion like really badly. I'm
Yeah.
so excited for that game. I loved Fast RMX. I kind of wish Nintendo had gotten Shinin to make an F-Zero game. Aside from that, Cyberpunk, 'cause I only really played it a little bit, so I'm really excited to play that. And I'm probably going to be playing Split Fiction with my wife because we played It Takes Two and we loved that game. You know, loved it loads.
You'll
But
love it.
it's like Nate said before, it's not so much what's there at launch, but I'm thinking about what's going to come out in the future. You know, and Call of Duty and the rumors of Assassin's Creed and maybe Doom Dark Ages. And it's not the fact that we're just getting those games, but that future ports or future third-party games will probably come out day and date, and it's how they're going to look and play. Like Cyberpunk running 1080-40 is amazing to me. That's more than I probably could have hoped for. So as amazing as the Switch was, and maybe the Switch 2 doesn't catch it in sales, but I do feel like by the end of the lifetime of the Switch 2, I'm probably going to have a library that I like more of games, a more impressive library. And I fully expect that they're probably going to have the best AAA support since the Super Nintendo. Like I really feel that third parties are going to really, really support this from like day one. So I'm now like just really ready to get it started now. And we don't even know what the holiday game is yet. So I think, God, what? We have no idea. They haven't.
I keep saying that too because Metroid and Pokemon, those are Switch 1 games that are going to also be for Switch 2, right? So what are our Switch 2 games? There's open slots there. I'm very excited to see what that'll do.
Yeah. Oh, I can't just say the one of the things I'm the most excited for is just going back and playing all the games that maybe get patched up. So Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal maybe going 1080 60 or whatever. Things like Astral Chain maybe going 60 frames and whatever 1080 and Bayonetta 3. Like, seeing those games get patched up gets me so excited. I literally cannot wait.
And what's cool for you, ATB, with this, I'm sure you've thought about this, but you stream games on your channel, and oftentimes, I've jumped into some of your streams in the past. I remember one of the games you played on live was Kingdom Come Deliverance, the first one. And you're going to be able to play games like that now that look comparable and run comparable to what we're getting. Whereas, like, it was really cool watching you play those games, but we got to be honest, like it's a muddier,
you can see the
performing version. You see all the shortcomings that come with it.
To do like the before and afters is going to be amazing. I think with all those games, I literally cannot wait. I'm so excited for that.
Josh, what about you?
My hype levels are the same. I mean, I'm just so excited. Mario Kart, like I got like 1,500 hours in Deluxe, so I'm so ready for something new. I feel like I'm doing that thing that we used to do as kids at Christmas time, where like you're trying not to think about it too much so that the time goes a little bit faster.
Same thing.
You know,
it's trying to stay as busy as possible. I'm outside pulling weeds in the heat. Just trying to forget about it, just trying to pass out in the yard. That way some time goes by.
It's just I've been incredibly busy myself, and just like and the fun of the night, like we finished up podcasting, and then my girlfriend and I both had our Target apps open, and she ended up getting it. Well, she had like some deal. We got the bundle for $480 after tax, and so that was a pretty big, like we were pretty stoked about that because it was a pretty decent savings, with the Target Red card or whatever that was. And so that was really exciting. But I think the other thing that I've been thinking about is with the recent, like, I've been so busy, I haven't been able to dive into a lot of like the news and stuff, but with Unreal 6 starting to be talked about, and like knowing like what Unreal was able to do on the Switch, like the first Switch, making games like Fortnite, at least playable. Like I know it's obviously it's a bit rough, but like I'm just curious, like as the tech all moves forward together, You know, like I feel like in a way we're leaving behind. It's not the 8-bit to 16-bit jump that, like, you know, some of us got to experience, or the 16 to 64 and that kind of stuff. But like, I have a feeling we're going to continue to be more and more impressed by what the Switch 2 is capable of, because of what's going to be happening with these game engines and how they run, you know, on Switch 2. And like, I feel like it's been a rough go the last couple of years of just trying to get games to run smoothly on consoles, and then between so many different, you know, PC specs and all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm really hopeful and kind of hyped about the potential of things getting, you know, somewhat a little bit more streamlined, and really just and I'm really excited to see what Nintendo is going to do with their first party. Like, what's Luigi's Mansion 4 going to look like?
Right.
And like, what's the next 3D Mario going to look like? And you know, what kind of improvements will we see to games that came out like Princess Peach Showtime and stuff, when it,
Games
you
that
know,
could
when we
really
finally get
use
to
it.
see it running on. Yeah, they need that little boost, you know. So and what what is Monolith Soft going to be able to give us when they have this power in their hands? You know, I've been playing through Xenoblade Chronicles X just a little bit here and there, and like, it's so much more alive than the first game. Even the definitive edition of the first game is just, there's areas that it's like, yo, it's kind of sparse around here, right? And like, everything just feels more alive. And so 2 and 3, and there's so much to be excited for.
Absolutely. A lot of good stuff there. I still remember when Luigi's Mansion was shown off for the GameCube, the first time they showed it. And I believe, was it Space World? It was either Space World or E3, but the first time they showed us the CG of it and some in-game footage, I was like, oh my God, like, this looks amazing. For some reason, Luigi's Mansion has just always been like a good technical demonstration video,
100%.
right? Which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Eric, what do you got?
Yeah, it was just Mario Kart for me.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Here's mine. All right. So, how to ensure that your body is ready for Switch 2. And this is serious. This is all in all seriousness. Okay. Again, some of you guys mentioned eating right. This is really important, because if you eat a bunch of junk food, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? Like, what? Right. What do you end up doing? You fall asleep, right? That means you're not playing video games. Okay. So if you eat good and you eat food that gives you like natural energy, and you only eat a little bit, like, don't eat a full meal. Like, when I'm reviewing games, I do not eat full meals. I eat just a little bit so I don't get tired. I drink, you know, a decent amount of coffee, but I don't try not to drink too much. I try to do everything in moderation. And then, of course, for real, stay hydrated, because this is a summer launch. If you live in Arizona, like I do, it's going to be well over 100 degrees. Last year, June 5th, it was over 110. So who knows what it's going to be like. But outside of those basic things, here's something that we haven't talked about yet when it comes to getting your body ready. And ATB, I've been talking about this since last year, and it goes hand in hand with your name. Attack the backlog. I literally said this, attack the backlog. You have to, because that's part of cleaning the slate for yourself to go into the next gen. Now, because this is backwards compatible, a lot of us are holding on to games to play on Switch 2. For me, like, I bought Xenoblade Chronicles X when it came out on Wii U, and I got to play it a little bit, but because I was working insane hours, I never got to get into it, never got to finish it, just exhausted, right? So then when it came out on Switch, I was like, all right, you know, we're finally going to make amends here. We're going to play this. And then, of course, I buy it, and like a day or two later, we find out that this baby's going to run in 60 frames per second. I guarantee it on Switch 2. It's just a matter of when they want to drop that either free update or Nintendo Switch 2 version. Whatever it may be, I'm holding out for that. So there's certain games I'm holding out for on Switch 2 because we either know by rumor that we're going to get a better version, or I have a gut feeling. And I always go with my gut that we're going to get a better version. So you have that aspect of it. But the other thing, get all your chores done. Get everything done you need to do. If you got a house project, you got a repair you got to make, you got something you need to do it now. If you don't do it now, you're going to be kicking yourself when it has to be done during launch week. I swear to you, this is really important. Get all the important stuff done that you need to, that you can right now. Get the laundry done, the little things that take time. Get it all done. So when launch day comes, you can actually enjoy this to its fullest. Take the day off. If you have PTO, now's the time to use it. Take the day off. Treat yourself, as they say. I literally used to use PTO just for launch days, for consoles and for games. Like when I left the mortgage industry, I cashed in, if I recall, 8 or 9 weeks of PTO when I left. Yeah. It was pretty awesome. It was a huge check that I didn't expect. I didn't even know if I was going to be able to cash it in, to be honest with you. But point is, get all that stuff out of the way so you can focus on what's going to happen. Because again, this is over 8 years in the making. So you can't say you didn't have time to plan for it, right? Plan accordingly. So that's my advice on getting yourself ready. That is like true real world advice that I've experienced over the years. Now, as far as what I'm going to play after Mario Kart, because I am going to play that first, sounds like we all are. It's tough because like going to the Switch 2 experience, playing Zelda and experiencing that, man, it was amazing. Like the HDR, again, it pops so much. I have both games. I have NSO expansion pack, so it's of no additional cost to me. I beat Breath of the Wild when it first came out. So I'm ready to experience it all over again, especially after seeing how it played and seeing the performance. And just again, the way they're doing HDR on Switch 2 is unlike I've seen HDR on PS5 or Xbox. You know, the HDR on those consoles really have to do with the lighting and the shadows and shading. With Switch 2, they're doing like this HDR wide color gamut, and it's making everything like really pop. It's pretty impressive when you see it in person. And that's very hard to translate in YouTube video form of compression, the HDR. That's why I'm confident when this comes out, everyone's going to be like, yeah, you're right, dude. The HDR is sick in person. It's not what I expected. So that Cyberpunk, again, I was a launch day Cyberpunk person. I have it on PS4. I still have the Steelbook from Best Buy. I never put it in after hearing everything. I'm like, I'm going to wait. I have other games in my backlog that I can play while I wait for things to get sorted out. But then the wait ended up being so long that I'm like, you know what? At this point, I might as well wait for the PS5 version. And then at this point, I might as well wait for the DLC. And now at this point, I'm ready to play it on Switch 2, which is crazy because I'm obviously buying it twice. And none of us like to do that. Deltarune, I'm actually excited to play too. I am. I really like Undertale. It's a great game, so I'm excited for Deltarune. I did get some more info on it that Chad had shared with me. You know, it's $24.99, and you get 4 episodes, and that $24.99 also includes the future episodes. So you're buying the game for $25, which is a good deal for what it is. Fast Fusion, I have that pre-ordered already. I pre-ordered it digitally at Best Buy, so it would go towards my money spent so I can get more rewards. Again, for everyone, the game's $14.99. That's an absolute freaking steal. Absolute steal. And if this is happening on day one, I'm really excited to go back and check out the Switch 1 games, right? It's implied that it's going to be day one. That's what a lot of us are gathering, right? You could say it's to be assumed, but I try not to use that word because of course, the connotation that goes along with it. I don't want to make an ass out of you and me by assuming, right? But I gotta believe we're gonna get Mario Odyssey, Captain Toad, 3D World, Link's Awakening, Echoes, all of that, Mario Deluxe, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. It's like I have all these games right here. I can just pop them in. I kind of just want to see, like, all right, let's see how they run.
Yeah.
What have they improved? What's new? Especially with like Scarlet and Violet. So a lot of options there. A lot of options, man. That's why I ask. It's better to plan ahead of what are we gonna do on launch day, dude? After Mario Kart.
You were talking about the way Zelda looks, and I saw Andre post from Game Explain his footage of Breath of the Wild, and even though it was just over the shoulder footage, you could just see how like it made me want to jump back in and play, because it looks like a different experience. It just doesn't not. It's one of those things that, like, when you played Breath of the Wild the first time, you're like, oh, this is great, it's fantastic, and then you see it looking like that, and you're like, yo, it was janky, even though it wasn't. It's like, compared to what it looks like now. I'm going to throw a quick curveball at you because of the games you mentioned. You didn't mention Wonder, right?
Yeah.
And we haven't seen it
Well, I've been
on any
wondering.
list. So I was doing a show the other day, and I was watching this footage, right? And from the direct, and if you look at that Mario render that they use, remember how they're showcasing the 60 FPS, and then like 120. Go back and look at that Mario render. It's not from Wonder. If you look at it initially, you're like, oh, it looks like the Mario. It's not. It's different. He also has. They're also on the old school bricks from the first game, and I'm wondering if the 40th anniversary is a Switch 2 version of Wonder, part of the 40th anniversary, and it's the first game done in Wonder, and we get all the extra frames, all that kind of stuff. But it's a like the OG Mario, like Super Mario Brothers in Wonder, all 8, but with Wonder Flowers put into each of those levels.
That'd be amazing.
And I think it'd be a great way to celebrate the
DLC
game. But
too, man.
That Mario render is very interesting because it's not the Wonder, and I thought it was initially.
We need DLC for Mario Wonder as well. Give us the Kirby treatment for Super Mario Wonder. Done deal.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I think it could be. That DLC could be the first game, like the first Super Mario Brothers.
Easy money, and you knock out an anniversary present.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I think everyone went, right?
Did we want to just go over the reminder that you had there, Stash?
Yeah. So, reminder to everyone, if you signed up to purchase the Switch 2 through Nintendo, check your email starting tomorrow. People are supposed to be getting emails from May 8th to May 12th. Also, if you already secured your Switch 2 and you don't need it from Nintendo, that email also gives you access to buy the GameCube NSO controller, which is why I will be checking my email very closely. So it's limited to the people that signed up for the Switch 2 early purchase access. Then starting May 13th, it's going to be open to paid NSO membership holders. So just keep your eyes on your email. If you don't get anything, I'd also say check your junk mail. Sometimes I get junk Nintendo emails, even though I read them.
Same
So
here.
I don't know why. Yeah.
Yeah, same here.
But if you didn't get it, I would say, if you really want to get a GameCube NSO controller, I would highly suggest opening up your phone, setting an alarm for 6 a.m., whatever your time zone is, and try to hop on the morning of May 13th and get it done. And I think once you order it, it'll get shipped out. I don't know if it's immediate, but ATB, you're in the UK?
Yep.
You guys already started selling them, right?
Yeah, we've been able to pre-order them for a while, but saying that, I think I know about 2 or 3 people who managed to pre-order them here. They're like super difficult to come by, but yeah, they opened a while ago now. But like as of now, they've sold out everywhere. Like this, it's impossible to find any.
Yeah. So jump on it is the thing.
Yeah.
Like don't wait. Don't wait like the SD Express cards. You know what I mean? Like don't wait. Jump on this because you will not be able to buy it for a
Yeah,
while.
exactly.
This happened with the N64 NSO controller. So that's the advice from everyone, right? Jump on that if you want one.
All right. Cool. Let's go ahead and get into that next topic. Gamebird.
All right.
What are
and
we doing?
I'll for the sake of time, I'll make this one nice and quick for you. My topic is Switch 2 customization. What's coming and what are we hoping for? So I'm going to break this one up into two parts. We'll go over the first part first. I think this one's kind of the more interesting one, and then we'll briefly go over the second part. Part one. There are new rumors suggesting that Nintendo Switch 2 will offer customizable themes, potentially introduced in a later firmware like 2.0. Some themes, they say, may be unlockable through platinum points and quests, possibly exclusive ones to Nintendo Switch Online subscribers, and others may even be sold separately in the Nintendo eShop. And initially at launch, will reportedly feature only the standard light and dark themes. So, obviously, first things first, this is just a rumor, but if true, I think this one would be a real crowd pleaser. I mean, this is something that people have been begging for since the Switch reveal all those years ago. We never got proper themes on Nintendo Switch. It was one of the biggest features that people would put in their wish list for Switch 2. Obviously, as far as now, nothing's been confirmed by Nintendo. We have no confirmation other than light and dark like what we have now. Do you guys think that there is any truth to this rumor? Is this something that's important to you that you would like to see? Do you think this is something that I don't know? Do you think that this is something that we're going to end up seeing? If we do get it, how would you like to see it implemented? What do you think about the thought of it being, unlockable through doing like some sort of like achievement system or platinum points or just eShop or pre-order bonuses, stuff like that? And lastly, with this one, what themes would you want if we do get themes?
Okay.
Let's start with Josh.
I love unlocking stuff.
Sure.
Right? I think a lot of us do. So if so if I can do, 10,000 mini turbos in Mario Kart World and that unlocks anything, whether it be the, those little stickers that they were showing that you can see in the game, but then something that you could, a theme of some kind, like I'm here for it. I'll also buy it if there's like, I love opening my 3DS and immediately Super Mario Brothers starts playing, and it's that classic like the Famicom artwork that like for Mario Brothers, like it's gorgeous. Like it's like it just puts a smile on my face every time. I adjusted my icon so I only see a single row, which I know the developers for Echoes of Wisdom love that I did that, and I can see all the artwork that way, because when I did it the other way, it was covering some of the artwork, and I didn't want that, So I love themes. Like I love it. I hope they do, and I would love to see like interactive themes.
Totally.
Like in the eShop when I think it was the 35th anniversary for Mario, and he was the load, like it was a different loading screen. It was like him running, like those little things, kind of like the Alarmo, how like the top of the hour, whatever theme you have, like the Mario Karts just start whipping by, or like Mario's hitting the coin or whatever. Those are the only two I've used so far. Like I love that kind of stuff, and it just like makes it more fun.
Do you think there might be any validity to this rumor? Do you think this is something that we're likely to see, or would you err on the side of like, it would be awesome if we got it, but I don't think it's coming?
I'm not.
You have to answer, Because I asked you.
I'm leaning towards it being a thing.
Yeah.
Like I'm leaning towards it being a thing. I feel like, I mean, look, I think the Switch 1 was a very like lean product, right? It was like their MVP. Like they needed to keep it bare bones to like just make money with it. Like they had to be very scrappy. Now they don't have to be as scrappy.
Yeah.
They can let third parties like step in now, more so than even with Switch 1. And they can have I think they can have a little bit more fun,
Sure.
you know? And I assume the horsepower is there to be able to have some of these interactive themes and just like, you know, I think there's some validity to it. I mean, only because, you know, we saw $2, I think it was $2.99 was a lot of the themes. Like they
On the
were usually
3DS,
inexpensive. But I mean, you know, you get 100 million people buying a $3 theme, like, or
And
a
again,
couple of
dude,
them, because they know how
Nintendo leaves
they know
money
how
on the
we
table
work, right?
constantly. People would
Yeah.
have ate up themes on Switch 1. But yeah.
So I don't know. I think it's. I hope it
Yeah,
does.
yeah.
I hope it does. I think it could be.
ATB, what are you feeling, man?
I think they will come. I don't think they'll come straight
Yeah.
away. I think they'll come. It's Nintendo, so I think they'll take their time. I think it'll be a long time till it happens. And it's not something
a
that
year
like,
two.
Yeah, but you know, like it's not something that, you know, I think about too often. But if it's there and you have options, then it's nice to have, you know. And I think it's just nice to be able to customize it to how you want and just make it more unique and make it more like your own thing. Like Josh said, I would love, you know, more interactive themes. Like I would love to have little Pikmin running around when you're going through different screens, or even have like something simple like when you're going through the game icons and you pick one and a character comes above it and activates it or something. Like really, you know, little things like that. Or like even the idea I would love of like if you could choose your own backgrounds and somehow you could download it or transfer it to the Switch somehow and have your own background changed, you know. That would be awesome. Like there's so many things you can do that don't have to kill the memory of the system, of the operating system. I don't think Nintendo will go anywhere near that far, but I do think we'll get some kind of simplistic type of themes, and even that's better than nothing. But I definitely think they'll be doing that. I don't think we'll get trophies, but that's for another day.
Yeah, and it's funny because trophies was one of the things that I really wanted for Switch
Same.
2. Even though I'm personally not a big trophy person, I just think it's an awesome way to keep people engaged in your games. And you know, I've talked about this with Stash. We both know people who have opted for other console versions of a game specifically because of trophies, specifically for that reason. I always thought, you know, Nintendo could add a really cool spin to it. Persona 5, I forget if it was the base game or Persona 5 Royal. If you platinumed the game, you unlocked a theme for your console. And like things like that are like really cool ways that like, oh man, Nintendo could have their own, they could name it whatever. It doesn't have to be called achievements or trophies. And they could, you could have like unlocks like avatars and themes and stuff to make it fun and very Nintendo. But yeah. Eric, what are your thoughts? Do you think there's some truth to this? Is it something you care about? What kind of themes would you want on your Switch 2?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with it's probably not gonna happen. Just because I think with the way Nintendo's pumping out games throughout the whole entire Switch life cycle, I think that's what their focus was. Games. You know, it probably wouldn't take much to have time to do it, but I just think they're focused on games, and I think they're going to continue that streak into Switch 2. For me, I don't necessarily care much about themes either because I'm not on the home screen very often. I'm just playing games, you know. So I'm fine with my dark mode. So that's kind of where I'm at with themes. Are they cool? Yeah, absolutely. But I am more in the game than I am in the home menu.
Fair.
Yeah, I modified my whole iPhone screen to match the Nintendo Today widget. like
Very nice.
And like what I noticed, it's so funny, but when I'm swiping through the different pages of my phone, it looks like the bullet bill is
Oh,
traveling because he's directly
love it.
between all of the apps. But I just have to say real quick, when you mentioned Pikmin, all I could see was little Pikmin grabbing the digital cards and moving them.
I love it.
That's so amazing. They like get trampled on by the little big garden thing.
Yes.
Stash Man.
So as far as the themes, also I don't spend a lot of time. It would be nice to have something besides black and white, though. If they did have customizable themes, like that are game related, like they did with 3DS, I think that would be really cool. I love the idea of what they did with Persona, with platinum the game and getting an avatar and theme. I think that is very cool. And I think that's a good way to show off that, yeah, you did 100% the game, hypothetically, because the only way you can get this icon, right, is by 100%ing the game. Like, I think stuff like that is really cool. Again, just by going to the Switch 2 experience and talking with like the Nintendo reps there are more than one game that was there that's going to have medals. So medals isn't exclusive to just one game. That may be Nintendo's way of doing it. I think there's still a good amount of things Nintendo hasn't told us yet. So we'll see what happens as we get closer to the release. But yeah, I'm all for the trophies, achievements, a gamer score, Nintendo's version of it, whatever they want to do. I think it's a good idea. And I think that gets people playing the games longer. And it also forces people to see the entire game, which is why I actually am interested in trophies. That's how it all started for me, is that, wait a minute. So if I get every trophy, that ensures that I see everything in this world. Like platinuming Dragon Quest 12S. I loved that game. I want to see everything in it. And I did, because I pretty much followed what I need to follow in a trophy guide without looking at like how I solve puzzles. I don't do that, but the guide gives you at least an outline of how to see everything. And if you really love a game, that's what you want to do, right?
Yeah.
Like, you want 100% a Zelda game because you love it. And when this time is up, it's going to be quite a few years before you get to do this again. So you want to make the most of your time. As far as the Joy-Con side panels, I do think that's going to be a thing. I think it's probably going to be really big.
Real quick, we're going to get to that in a second.
Okay.
Once we catch up on this
So
one.
just themes?
Nate. Oh, yeah. Just themes right now, and then we'll quickly, because the panels one's going to be
Pass
quick.
it on to Nate then.
Nate, themes. Truth to this, do you think it's coming? Do you even care about it? If you do, what would you want to see?
I think it's bullshit. We couldn't even get alternative colors during the Switch era.
That's wild too.
And think about it. This rumor says, "Oh, we're launching with light and dark again." Why? Oh, so this rumor can live for a little bit longer and maybe come true later. It's been nearly a decade. We're not getting themes. I don't know why people keep thinking we are. The fact that they're only showing light and dark again, the fact the operating system looks the exact fucking same as Switch. Guys, we're not getting themes. It's just not happening. This is not the Iwata era. You guys got to remember, themes were from Iwata. Iwata's not alive anymore, guys. Nintendo's very like business focused. Let's get a game out every goddamn month. Let's simplify the UI as much as we can, and let's just do what people care about the most. Get them into the damn game. And I love the idea of themes. And sure, I have custom backgrounds on my phone. You know how often I change that custom background? Once, and then I never touch it again.
Same.
Because it doesn't matter. I don't look at it. When I go on my phone, when I go on my tablet, when I go on my computer, I haven't even put a desktop wallpaper on my computer. It's just a Windows default in like 7 years. Why? Because it doesn't matter. I'm not looking at it. That's not, I don't just sit there and stare at a home
I have
screen.
a suggestion for you.
What
I
are
have a
we
suggestion
doing?
for your wallpaper, Nate. I do change my wallpaper once a year. And I change it to the Phoenix Sun schedule. So change it to the Bucks schedule. Like
There
seriously,
you go.
I had it at my work
There you go.
computer too. Someone
I
would be
don't-
like, "Hey, what time the Suns playing tonight?" I'd be like, "Oh, I think they play at 7. Let me check. It's on my background."
I don't need to worry about that. I
There
got
you go.
fantasy basketball leagues. I always know what time they're playing. I don't need
Nice.
that.
Yeah.
It's a good idea though, but I don't
s-
need that
Yeah.
because I play I watch baseball, basketball, and NFL. So like I'm in fantasy leagues for all of them, so I always know when everything's going down. That being said, they're useless to me. I don't look. I understand. My opinion is not going to be a popular one with the
Mr.
internet.
P hates
With
Mr.
the
P hates
internet.
themes confirmed.
Fuck you. It's not a popular thought with the
Yeah.
internet because the internet is a smaller subsegment of the overall fan base, and all of them have a ton of nostalgia for themes. They absolutely love and adore them, and they miss the Wii, DS, Wii U era, and I get it. I miss Satoru Iwata too, but that's not the Nintendo we have today.
Why do you wear graphic tees? Do you sit and stare at that the whole time?
Actually, the only reason I wear graphic tees is for the camera. I actually would just wear blank t-shirts normally.
Come on, I wanted to have a fun argument.
That's literally,
Well, I feel
that's
Steven
literally
now.
it. Or I'm wearing Nintenbyte or Nintendo Prime merch.
Mhm.
I'm just advertising.
All right.
Can
Well,
Fair.
literally.
confirm.
I personally,
Here, you want me to take this off? I have a black one
No,
underneath.
don't. You're good. Well, I mean, maybe, but
Here you go. There's nothing. It's just for the camera. It's literally just for the camera.
well, now that
and I'm not even kidding. Like I usually my go-to is a blank shirt, and then sometimes I'll have like an overshirt I put on that's unbuttoned. That's it. I don't really do like the stash wearing the gamer shirts
Can't
all the
confirm.
time. I don't really do that. That's not me. But the reason I get so impassioned about this is because everyone's so impassioned the other way.
Mhm.
And I feel like there's a massive chunk of the audience that doesn't give a fuck about themes, and nobody ever represents their viewpoint, because their viewpoint is, who the fuck cares? Get me to my game. Get me to my game. You know, when you're on Windows, do you sit there and customize your start bar down there, or do you just set it to light or dark mode and move on?
hey, I'm looking at the Mario Circuit, the OG 16-bit, and then the
And that's fine.
you know.
We don't.
all-
You customize your entire phone to match Nintendo today, okay? I
Listen.
get it. There are people that are very, 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 very passionate about this. But I've seen people out there be like, if there's no themes, I'm not buying it. And I'm like, what are we talking
yeah,
about?
that's ridiculous.
That's
What are
But
we doing?
I love
Fuck.
themes personally,
Fuck.
and yes, obviously, whoops, sorry.
Look, there's no Nintenbyte podcast theme. That's the only way
Listen.
I'd care.
Listen,
No, there's that.
you had your moment to suck the fun out of the Nintendo operating system. Now it's my turn to inject.
I just
the
had to listen to four out of 6 suck off themes right now, so I had to go hard.
Fair enough.
Gamer's thinking, well, that's the last time I talk about themes.
Yeah, right.
Jeez. No, I'm gonna go
Dude,
brush
when
my
I
teeth.
saw this topic, I'm like, you know what? Gamer keeps talking about how he's the villain. I'm clearly the villain of this show.
Hey, I agree with you. man.
You've quickly become the villain. I'm the champion of the people here. Come on, guys, let's get some themes on Switch 2. Now, I do personally love themes. I don't think Nintendo would need to go way out of its way. I don't think they necessarily need to make interactive themes. I think static themes would be just fine. If you could just have it where you set your kind of OS background to be NES themed, Super NES, or if you're in Japan, you get like the Famicom, Super Famicom,
PlayStation just
GameCube
did it.
game. Yeah, PlayStation just did it, and guess what? It's wildly popular.
It was so popular.
They brought it back. They brought
Exactly.
it back. So yes, it's not a necessity.
It's so popular. PlayStation 5 sales are declining.
That has nothing to do with it. Do not tie themes to declining sales. PlayStation,
hey,
hold on. Let me finish.
It's so popular.
PlayStation
It's so
5
popular.
sales are declining because the damn console has no first-party games on it. Do you understand me?
They have Xbox first-party games.
Now that you're done, I'm going to be a voice of the people again and say themes are cool and they bring joy and fun and sunshine and rainbows to the Switch. And no, listen. I don't think they're necessary, but I do think Nintendo's leaving money off the table because I do think there's a large amount of people who really do enjoy them, and just being able to customize. It's kind of like, Josh made the graphic t-shirt, but let's tie something in that's closer. Why release like video game themed hardware? Why come out with Pokemon hardware and Zelda hardware? All that really matters is the game. Just put the games out. People like customized things. They like things that give them the nostalgia or represent the IP that they love. So I don't see a harm in it. Obviously, Nintendo's using resources to put wallpapers on the Nintendo Online for your phone and stuff. It's like, who cares about that? Just put some static themes on Switch too, or at least colors, like you mentioned. Colors would be nice, but not a necessity. I would love to see it. I don't necessarily believe in this rumor, but I wouldn't hold it past Nintendo. Kind of like ATB said, to like a year, maybe 2 years down the road, be like, hey, guess what? Themes are coming to Switch too. I don't think it's an impossibility. This company sold us cardboard. How can you sit here with the straight face and say we're never getting themes when they sold us cardboard?
It's been a
Did
running.
you buy the cardboard?
Yeah, for
Did
$100.
you buy the cardboard, Nate? Yeah,
Yeah,
and you
It was
bought it.
$100.
You're part of the problem. You're the reason why themes are coming.
It was
to
a
Switch too.
game. That's a game, Game Bird. You should know what a game is. It's in your username.
Well, it's clearly
hate
been a
themes.
running theme for a long time, so you'd think we'd get it.
I saw what
You
you did
did?
there.
So did I.
Thank you.
Anyways, second part.
At least one dad
The
joke.
second part. Hey, can we get a?
Gamer, can I?
Let's
throw
get a
one quick thing in?
poll. Let's put a poll out.
Yeah,
Wait.
Can I get my partner who's also
Wait,
negative
Eric's
about
got
this?
more to say.
Hang
He
on.
said,
Yeah.
Oh,
What's Game
the
Bird
sock
pulling
puppet
out?
wants to talk.
No, if they don't want to go the theme route, at least go with the unlockable user profile pictures. Games could go that route too. If you beat this,
Yeah.
you can get a profile picture that says, "Hey, you got this achievement" type thing.
Make it even easier.
That way, they don't have to design the whole themes and stuff. You just give you a nice picture that you can put in there. There you go.
tie it to
Compromise.
and tie it to NSO too. So if you beat an
Yeah.
NSO title,
Yeah.
get something for that. Like whether it's a theme like that just showcases the Mario 3 box art or whatever, like that because I feel like a lot of us are like, yay, get more NSO stuff, and then like they don't get touched. But if there was reason to go in there and play those games, like I would spend more time in there, especially if I could unlock, Super Mario World theme or Mario 3 theme or something. And when I say theme, I'm talking just like, like front and back of the box art or
Yeah.
something that just showcases
Totally.
like, or the instruction manual or something that like just mash some of that art together and throw it on
That'd be
there.
cool.
Like
Dude,
something easy.
use it as a way to celebrate game anniversaries. Like that would be it doesn't have to be a regular theme. Do you like special Mario 40th, Zelda 40th? Yeah, Nate doesn't care. Nate hates fun. Look at him.
Stupid
Look at him
theme.
hating fun right there.
It adds no fun to my life.
Yeah.
It's an image. There's no fun added. You know what's fun? Give me a new fucking game instead.
No, I just thought I'd throw it a compromise.
Nate, games
Go.
on
Sorry,
Switch
Gamer, go
2
ahead.
are going to be a dime a dozen. I don't think you have to worry about that.
Excuse me. A dime a dozen? That would suggest there are a bunch of shovelware games then.
I'm sure there will be some shovelware still, but
Well, there's hentai day one. That's guaranteed.
I was gonna say.
But who said that's shovelware? Wait. I can't say
so you do.
Some people,
Anywho.
that's their only
you do
category of
have
game.
them, Mr. P. You do have those games. We went over this last week.
No, I am trying to stand for those that's their primary genre.
The name Mr. P, everyone.
I don't like fighting games, but I'll stand up for Paul Gale on his fighting game obsession.
Okay.
Anyways, let's bring it back to the topic. It's a late night tonight. The second piece of this, this one is a little bit more to be expected, but we have AliExpress selling these little. How do you? Let me share a screen real quick. That way people could see what I'm talking
Like the
about.
side panels. Also.
Let me see.
No one cares what you're talking about.
That's that is a fair point.
No, what would be like a really?
I know.
Here we go. I'm just being a dick.
Basically, these Joy-Con customizable Joy-Con strips that you can click in. I don't think there's anything too surprising or shocking here. Obviously, on Switch 1, tons of third parties made shells for either the Pro Controller or the Joy-Cons, but we didn't really get much of that or any of that from Nintendo. Do you guys expect anything first party like this? It seems, again, this seems like something I feel like people would prefer first party options for this sort of thing. I feel like it's Nintendo leaving money on the table. Is this something that interests any of you guys? Do you expect Nintendo to add more customability to their hardware or accessories?
I'm
What
gonna
are you
wait
guys'
to see
thoughts on
what
this
Nate
one?
says.
Yeah.
Look, look. Nintendo didn't add any of this. This is just people reshelling their Joy-Cons. We could do this on fucking Switch.
Got it.
I'm like dead serious. Like there's this, there's also like those other ones that later that like are on the inside. Guys, this stuff exists on Switch. It's third parties and other companies making all the Nintendo's not making this a fit. They're not going to make little replacement covers for you to put on there and customize your Joy-Cons. Nintendo isn't doing this. This is just, again, people can reshell and do whatever the hell they want. Nintendo's not doing this. Now, will Nintendo release like, I don't know, a 40th Mario Anniversary Edition that has like that particular component replaced officially by Nintendo? Sure, but there's not making the user customize it. That's just them making a custom Joy-Con
Okay,
to sell
so-
you. That's not the
So
same thing.
so second part of the question, because it's not just like is Nintendo doing this. The other part is like, is this something that even interests you? Will you customize your Joy-Cons? Did you customize any of your accessories on Switch 1?
I put RGB buttons on a Pro
Okay.
controller.
Okay. Nate dabbled a little bit. Still got a little joy left in there. Little arts and crafts with the Switch.
Yeah, the joy went away when I couldn't figure out how to turn it off, and it killed the battery in 3 hours. But you know,
No sacrifice, no victory, my friend.
well, the joy quickly went away.
All right,
The joy definitely turned
let's
into a con.
let's take it to the guests. Let's start with ATB this time. What do you think of these? Is this something that interests you? Would you dip into something like this? Do you think Nintendo might dip into something like this?
I mean, not unless they're going to sell ones with like little Mario fire
Sure.
flowers on the side or something. I don't know, but I probably wouldn't. What I would like is for them to bring out like the N64 style transparent, console or
Always.
controller. Yeah, that would be cool to see all the pieces inside and the boards. That I'd buy. I'd buy a couple of Joy-Cons transparent mode, but these I don't know.
Not too exciting.
They're kind of small and too thin to do anything meaningful with. I feel like I
They're-
get it just be like color swaps. They don't look that substantial, but like an overall customizable thing maybe would be pretty cool. But I just want a transparent shell for the Joy-Cons. I think.
Yeah, I hear you with that. Yeah, I think these are interesting. I think they'll be fun for like kids and stuff, especially to at launch we only have one set of colors. So if you're in a house with multiple kids, you don't want people. You have maybe more than one Switch 2 in the house. You don't want people arguing that's my left Joy-Con. No, it's not. That's mine. I don't know where yours is. So it's a cool way to kind of personalize. I'd love something like this, Zelda related, maybe gold trim with the Hylian language, kind of like the hieroglyphics going down the side. But what about you, Josh? Do you care about this at all? Customization for accessories, controllers, that sort of thing?
No.
Okay. That's a no.
No. Like it
Yes.
the moment I saw it and I'm like, if I can't take the color off around the analog stick and it's gonna not match, there's no like that would make my ass itch and I couldn't do it. I'd be like, nope, I'm not dealing with that. Like, get out of here. And so if I could just make it all the same color as the Joy-Con, sure. Like do that. But I don't, it would really bother me if it was like different colors. I already don't like the colors added to the Switch 2. Like
Interesting.
I'm not
Would you have
I'm
preferred?
not a huge fan of the trim.
Would you have preferred like a solid black, or is it just those specific colors that you're not a fan of?
No, solid. Like, yeah.
Mm.
Well, honestly, what I would have preferred is a Mario Kart Switch, because why does your best selling game not get a cut, like a limited edition bundle, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we got a Diablo version of the Switch one, and we
Totally.
can't even get a Mario Kart version of the
For sure.
Switch 2. You know, it just seems.
Just wait. They'll drop it with the DLC.
And hey, I'm here for it. Like, that's fine. Like, it's just like what they did with the Mario. You know, they're just red with a little, like, it's strange when Zelda gets like this exquisite looking like gold Switch and everything. Like,
Yeah.
So it just seems goofy.
Sure.
Because then, I mean, are you going to get new wrist straps that are going to match it? I don't know.
Sure.
Whatever. Like,
Sure. Stash Man.
Yeah. So as far as these swappable frames, the panels, yeah, I think they're cool. Do I think Nintendo will sell them?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Dang. We got the
I
first.
I think accessory makers. I think someone like G Brand makes sense to me.
Fuming
Honestly.
right now.
Well, that's where these are coming from, are like third party companies.
Yes.
These out there.
I know. I put it in the notes, but I would be more interested in seeing what options are available that are not official, like on Etsy.
Sure.
Because people can then create whatever they want. That is normally stuff you can't touch because it's licensed, and they will make the unlicensed stuff that no one else could sell but Nintendo, but they won't sell it. You see what I'm saying? Like the ones we're seeing here, like the Hylian strap. That's cool. My game plan really is just to go like the totally custom route, and that will include with the frames as well.
Dang. Okay. What do you have to say to that, Prime?
He can do whatever he wants. He's doing exactly what I said you
Yeah.
could do with Switch. You just reshelling and redoing things
Yeah,
from
I'm
third
just
parties.
giving you a hard
I'm
time.
shelling it myself. I'm gonna get the Fantastic colors.
Nintendo would rather you never take any other stuff apart.
You know what's really interesting about this
Sure.
to me is that we're talking about themes, we're talking about customizing your system with attachable strips or plates, essentially, and like how Nintendo's shied away from those things since Iwata's been away. What's interesting is, despite Iwata not being with the company, Nintendo's the company that I picture to be most on board still with this sort of thing, and they're not doing it. And the company that is doing it is the company that I'd least expect to, and that's Sony, with tons of themes. Obviously they changed their theme system, but whatever game you're highlighting themes your OS, and then they sell plates for their first party plates of different colors and limited edition ones for the console. It is an interesting kind of change of business, I suppose. But Eric, what are your thoughts on this? Do you care about this at all? Is this something you'd use? Is this something that, do you think this is good? Do you think Nintendo will make their own? What are your thoughts?
I honestly don't care about these, but the one thing that I could think Nintendo might be able to do is if they do sell themed Switches in special Pro Controller, or not Pro Controller, but if you end up breaking one of those, please give me a way to fix it. Because if I damage the shell of that special edition,
warranty, buddy.
Yeah,
warranty.
Yeah.
Well, but warranties don't last forever.
Yeah.
Sure.
And they don't always,
and warranty,
and they're not going to give you the ability to
the
fix it
GameStop
forever.
guys.
If they sell them, the
GameStop warranty. They're not the same as they used to be. You know that, right? If you buy one, they give you a used one to replace it now.
Cool deal.
That ain't good for anybody.
Yeah, no.
I mean, they're going on a business, so this is what it is.
Yeah.
We've been saying that for a decade. Now they're selling Pokemon. Now they're selling Pokemon cards. They're selling graded cards.
Yeah. Well,
See,
I'd like to talk about your Switch's extended warranty.
They
won't
no,
die.
they need to thank the reason they're still alive. They need to thank that kitty guy who saved them in the stock market
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they won't stop. They won't stop selling games.
for now.
It's in the title.
Yep.
They're called
Yeah, for now.
GameStop, but they can't stop, won't stop.
As I said, for now.
Stop is
Physical.
also
We've
in
talked about in the
title.
past how physical games are dying. It's kind of like their whole business model's going away. That's why they're trying to push used so much, and even then,
Yeah.
they're not doing. They don't offer better deals than the mom and pop shops out there that are actually doing okay. So
They'll be able to sell key cards.
Yeah, I'm sure part of
Yep.
them was like,
Oh,
thank God,
GameStop
no key
loves
cards.
key cards.
Yep.
They love key cards.
Yes, they do.
But yeah, my thoughts briefly on these is I think they're neat. I'm not as I don't hate them like Nintendo Prime or Eric do. But I'm not as high on them as Thunderstash. I think they're neat. I think kids will get a kick out of this. I might pick some up if we add another Switch to the household because I have kids and I don't trust them as much with the Joy-Cons as I trust myself with them to wear things out or get them grimy. So my big issue with this is that the under the analog sticks is colored. And I don't see that as being an easy, quick change. Like these strips look super, convenient and easy to just like click in, click off. The sticks is a problem for me. If there was an easy way to change that color and make that the inside of that purple, and I could add purple strips, I would do it in a heartbeat.
People are
Love
gonna
the black and purple, but
these
yeah,
easily
that's it.
swappable things are all plastic little tabs. The people are gonna break them taking them off.
Yep. So most likely a no-go for me, and I don't really think Nintendo's gonna make these either. But
So I put it this way:
anyways,
if I will buy some if I ever have to take apart a Joy-Con to repair it, just because I know I'm gonna break those stupid plastic tabs. So I need something to replace the broken one with. That'll be it though. I do all my own stick fix around here. All right.
But it's not on the same
I'm not
topic,
leaving it
but I
alone.
kind of wish we had analog shoulder buttons still. I still don't understand why we have digital
same.
shoulder buttons
Yes.
and analog.
Breach.
Yeah, like, oh man. Like, if Burnout 2 ever comes out on the NSO for GameCube, like, you want
You know
analog.
what's- they pissed off a lot of people with that interview they did too, because they're like, hey, actually we did try out analog again, and
Yeah.
we talked to our game devs and it was like nobody really wanted it, so here you go. I'm like, you know what?
I
Maybe
would
for your
love
own
to
games,
know
maybe
what-
not, but
Yeah.
I would love to know what game devs were like. Nah, we don't want that. I'm just curious.
I
Who said
think
that?
I think their own
Mario Kart.
internal devs don't really see much of a use for it for what they're
Yeah.
working on. This is really like, think about it. Every time we talk about it, it's all about third-party racing games. Those are the ones that really care about this stuff. And Nintendo doesn't care about third-party racing games because they want to sell Mario Kart.
Yep.
Yeah. It'd
So-
feel good on Mario Kart though. It really would. And
Yeah, they don't-
F-Zero and Metroid.
Here
Fast
we go.
Fusion.
Here we go.
Do-
All
don't-
right.
Do you remember really quick how much Stash loved that charge on Metroid Prime 4 when he played Switch 2? Imagine how much more he would love it if there was analog triggers
Yeah.
on that baby. Just saying.
Okay. Anyways.
Yeah.
Anyway. And didn't you shoot? Is the charge shot? Was it with the bumper button or the shoulder button when you were in mouse mode?
I think it was with the
'Cause one of them's
shoulder button.
missiles.
pretty sure.
So okay. Anyways, get into our last topic. Look, this kind of veers off from Nintendo, but not if you listen to the internet, because it's all Nintendo's fault. The gaming industry is ruined. It's crashing, and Nintendo is to blame. Look, Microsoft made a bunch of headlines literally the day after the podcast last week, doing exactly what everyone thought was going to happen someday. It's probably going to happen to PlayStation as well, with sweeping price hikes across the Xbox Series S and X accessories and even games. As of now, the Switch 2 pricing looks a little bit better by comparison, even if fans are skeptical of $449 and $499. And I say a little bit better because like you can still get a Series S for $380. It's not a bad deal. It's not a great deal, especially when you can spend $20 more and get an all digital PS5. But that's for now. PlayStation's already raised the prices of their console everywhere but the US at this point. So it's probably coming to the US as well whenever they need to restock. That being said, Gears of War Reloaded, that was like an exciting announcement. It's getting a full remake. It was announced it's releasing day and date on both Xbox and PS5. Again, just showing that strategy of Xbox being different. Hey, we're going to raise all the prices, but we're also going third party, so you don't really need to buy our shit anyways. That's basically what they're saying there. Again, not announced for Switch 2. A lot of people expect it's probably coming to Switch 2. For some reason, and this is one thing I do want it to die in the Switch 2 generation, and it's not dying yet. We don't need to announce Nintendo versions of games special in directs. Okay, we don't have to do that. You can just announce it at the same time all the versions are announced. And by the way, this happened a lot during the Switch gen, where there'll be like a special announcement trailer for Switch alone. It's like, no, just like treat us like everybody else. We don't need this special direct treatment. Let me tell you, it's not as exciting when we get the announcement after the games. It's exciting when it gets announced for everything else. Like, you know, no one
but they're anticipating the double
people
dip.
don't get hype for Nintendo Switch. Like, think about this. When we talk about like Switch directs or like upcoming directs, what's the number one thing we focus on? It's all the first party stuff we want to see. That's what people are excited about, not the third party games that have already been announced. You know, oh, it finally got confirmed. Oh, look, GTA is now confirmed for Switch 2. Oh, yeah, that's cool. But also, no one said you couldn't have just put it in any of the other trailers you've dropped for GTA. You know, like it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm tired of the platform being treated like it's a special little darling that needs its own announcement. That being said, I'm just saying that because I do think Gears of War Reloaded is probably going to come over. Microsoft obviously has growing support for Nintendo and all platforms at this point, and probably going to bring more games to Switch 2. You know, Phil Spencer kind of talked in the past about how they're not really planning to hold anything back from like there's no red line in the sand, right? And Gears of War is one of these things now we see. There's no red line. There's no tape. They're not willing to go put on other platforms. They just haven't really announced anything else for Switch 2. In fact, I don't think they've announced anything for Switch 2 yet. I don't think there's a single Microsoft published game announced for Switch 2, other than the fact we know Call of Duty's coming because of contracts. But technically, nothing's announced. So a couple of things. First, let's go back to the price. How are we feeling on these Xbox prices? Do we think this was inevitable? And why is it all Nintendo's fault? This is what the internet tells me. Let's go to Josh.
I'm not the right
I know
person
you're
for
not.
this because I will just piss people. I will just piss people
That's
off.
fine. Go for it.
Well, it makes me
I
want to
know.
hear
That's
it
why I
even more
called
now.
upon you.
I mean, the thing for me is I just feel like I feel like games have been on sale for so long based on how long we've had these prices, you know? And like I get like it's the worst part of gaming Twitter, and like it's just a constant barrage of like everything sucks. And it's like I honestly blame Sony at the end of the day, not for the pricing, but for the lack of games that gives people too much time be fighting their wars on Twitter. That's really where it's at. There's a lull everywhere except for I think what was the Expedition 33 or something like that came out recently, and you see a lot of people like we just need more games to play, like because otherwise gamers are like, at least the gamers online that are vocal are just they're not happy about anything, and they just have such a strange perspective of entitlement. It seems like that, like, you know, as soon as you see somebody say, "Oh, I'll just pirate it," like, what? You realize if everybody took that mentality, we would all be playing board games, and video games would go away, right? Like, that's not how it works. It's just not real life, and so it's. it's not Nintendo's fault. Like I've mentioned, like, go buy a bag of Doritos right now. It's like $7 or something for a bag of chips that used to be $1.99, right? Or you know, and I don't want to, if I start going with pricing too far back, I'd be like, back in my day, you know, like, and like man yells at cloud, like, or old man yells at cloud, like, but it's just life right now. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, you can vote with your wallet, but like, it's not really going to do anything. And you can scream into the void. It's like driving by protesters. It's like, you guys are not you're all like excited and everybody's honking your horn, but at the end of the day, you're not doing anything. Like, you're literally doing nothing. Like, go attack your backlog, right? And have some
do something productive.
Have some fun. Like, just life's too short to be
Way too short.
so angry about like a game costing $20 more. Like, at the end of the day, like, just don't buy it. It's not like you're not forced to do it. You're not. And I know it's not the popular opinion, and we should all be taking up pitchforks and going against, like, I'm sorry, but from 1986, when I first played a Nintendo game, for me, I get why I put my themes in my, when I see Mario, that was my escape, right? And I'm not saying I had like a horrible childhood or anything like that, but that was my escape. And if I got to pay a little bit extra to jump into Mario Kart, and it's also hard for me to talk about it because, like, I could have videos go viral on TikTok that pay for Mario Kart World in a single video. So it's not like, that's also it's coming in from a different perspective as well. I'm not just the casual gamer out there, like, getting the games as they come, you know. And there's literally, you draw a line in the sand and you're gonna piss off people, period. There's just no way around it. My whole thing is just like, I just want to have fun. Mario Kart World looks like a hell of a lot of fun, and I cannot wait to unlock the costumes I want to play with that are going to put a smile on my face, and start deep diving into the tech of that game and finding the fastest lines in time trials and all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm going to lose myself in the game series that I love. And if it had cost $100, I would have bought it. I don't care. Like, it's worth it to me, you know? And I think that's ultimately what pisses people off, because they're like, we need to be a unified front against what? Like, what? The majority of people are not on Twitter. They're not on Reddit. If you don't believe me, go and look at what happened with Pokemon. It's still in the top 10 most sold games. Your boycott did nothing. If you're angry, take up pickleball. A lot of people seem to like that, you know? Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
go hit a punching bag.
Boycott, literally every game after that boycott is like the best selling in franchise history. Like, every single one.
Mm-hmm.
And that's including Scarlet and Violet. It was a broken mess. Turns out people just like to have fun.
It goes back before Pokemon. Remember Battlefront 2? Star Wars Battlefront 2? That game sold gangbusters, and everybody was like, nobody's going to buy it. It's going to... Wrong. Like, wrong. It still did really well that holiday season, because the majority of people are like, ooh, Star Wars game. I'm going to get this, you know? Ooh, Pokemon game. I'm going to get this. And I mean, we saw, like, how many people were making their clickbait videos about boycott Switch 2, and then were tweeting about their pre-orders.
A lot of them.
You know, that they paid for their Switch 2 with their clickbait videos.
Yeah.
Like, it's just such a bizarre space, because for the longest time, I'm like, am I allowed to be excited about this? Not that I have to ask permission, but it's like, I don't want to deal with all the
bullshit,
the hate comments and all that stuff, just for enjoying what I enjoy. Like, if you don't like it, move on.
You don't want to be me, you mean?
I don't know what to tell you.
You don't want to be me. I deal with this shit every day.
He had a full video dedicated to
talking about just enjoying games and not caring about the price.
Yeah.
And I still get shit on to this day. I have other YouTubers making videos on me now every fucking day about that
Yeah.
video. It's funny because they're not even watching the whole video, and they're like just
Right.
putting arguments in my mouth I never said. It's hilarious. So no, look, this whole situation with Xbox, inevitable. Most of their consoles are made in China. There's a massive tariff in China. Is what it is. Prices were going to go up. Oh, what are the prices of their games have to go up? I don't know. They're $1 trillion company. They like making money. Why is Mario Kart $80? Nintendo likes making money. They just crossed 100 billion in valuation for the first time ever in company history. They like making money. These are for-profit companies. They exist to make money. That is their entire point of existence. And we have to decide as consumers if we're willing to pay for those experiences. That's ultimately what matters. All these boycotts, all this screaming and kicking and yelling from the mountaintops. I mean, we were in line at GameStop where some people thought Mario Kart was $90 and they still pre-ordered the fucking thing and it wasn't $90. Because guess what? They're getting mad about it, but they're doing it anyways.
Yeah.
This is the thing. Like, I've said this several times. You put your money where your mouth is. If you're going to criticize price points, then the number one way to do it is to not buy it. You don't like Xboxes being at the price they are? Well, guess what? They're already not selling anyways. I'm not so sure the price change really matters for Xbox. They're barely selling Xboxes. I'm not saying they're not selling none. Clearly, they're selling enough that they even have to think about the price. But they're not, they're not the greatest selling. So I mean, in the U.S., I think is like the one territory that it's okay. Probably a majority of their sales have been in the U.S. They probably have over 20 million in the U.S., which is fine. It's a market that's probably one reason why they aren't completely abandoning hardware is because the U.S. market still buys the only company from the U.S. that makes consoles. But when you look at the grander scheme, like PlayStation's eventually going to go up in price too. They mentioned they had millions and millions already in here. Yeah, of course they do. And they're going to run out at some point this holiday. And they're going to have to restock before GTA 6 comes out. And they're going to need a lot. And what do you think is going to happen to the prices then? You think they're going to stay the same? Have you looked at the rest of the world? They've already raised the prices everywhere else, and they're not dealing with these tariffs. Like, the price of PlayStation 5 is more expensive outside the US. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen here too. The only reason it hasn't is because they have that stockpile here. As soon as that stockpile is gone and they got to replenish, prices are going up. Now, are $80 games going to happen? That I don't know. That is obviously individual choice. You just had EA come out today and say they're not upping their games to $80. Cool. It's almost as if that choice is based on the individual company. Does EA need to up their games to $80? No. They'd probably rather get the games in more houses because of all the DLC and microtransactions they have.
Yeah.
They'd rather have more players because more players will spend more money on all the other ways to make money on the game, right? Then you have companies like Nintendo where that point of sale, that's kind of it for them. Some games have DLC, not a lot of them. And there's never microtransactions in their console games. Almost never. I know there's some Rusty's Real Deal Baseball and some stuff they played around with in the past. But there's almost zero microtransactions in Nintendo's games. So I sit here and I've always been of mind of, I think price increases suck. I do think they're anti-consumer. But guess what? All for-profit businesses are anti-consumer. They just want your money. So if you want to boycott, shut the fuck up on the internet and put your wallet away. Put your wallet away.
That's it.
You screaming from the mountaintop isn't going to make other people put their wallets away. It doesn't work. Oh, I'm here. Oh, well, of course Switch 2 is selling out. Even the Wii U sold out. My motherfucker, do you know how much stock of Switch 2 they provided? Do you realize in like a 6-month period, they will have produced more Switch 2s than the entire generation of Wii U? Like, do you understand how hard it is to make more units for launch than any console in history and still sell them out? Bottom line is, a lot of people are excited for Switch 2. And the bottom line is, all this controversy is mostly happening in the United States. Games, and I tapped the backlog to talk about this, games have been more expensive elsewhere for a long time.
Yeah.
We were shielded by the size of our market. The size of the market of the US shielded all these price changes for a very, very long time because it was such a huge market that you'd rather not raise the prices in that market and maintain a certain level of sales. Well, guess what's been happening? Those certain level of sales aren't happening anymore. Games are selling less, not more. And so now the market isn't big enough to sit there and be like, oh, we could just keep all the prices super low for this one particular market. They can't do it anymore. No, I'm not saying Nintendo can't do it. Nintendo's more profitable than ever. They're literally the biggest they've ever been. Yeah, they want to keep getting bigger. And they think the way to keep getting bigger is to charge more. For some games. Actually, right now, I guess you could argue all games because Donkey Kong is the same price as Tears of the Kingdom, right? Does anyone think it should be? I don't know, but it is. They're telling you right now that game is worth the same as Tears of the Kingdom. Of course, if Tears of the Kingdom was released exclusively on Switch today, probably $80. I bet you the next 3D Zelda game is probably $80. So the biggest thing to me isn't that you can't be critical of this stuff. Just don't be hypocritical about it. 1, keep the same energy for everyone. 2, stop spending money on this stuff. Gaming is bigger than it's ever been. It's bigger than it's ever been. There's billions of gamers. Okay, billions. Keep that in mind. I said billions. How many console gamers are there? Less than 300 million. Less than 300 million console gamers. We are a niche in the gaming sphere. At one point, we were the gamers. Now, thanks to phones, tablets, PC blowing up, gaming consoles are a niche within the gaming industry. Niches tend to be pretty expensive. We are a luxury. And it's kind of always been that way. It just so happens that gaming expanded beyond the luxury. People talk about keep games affordable. Affordable gaming. It's called your phone. Go to the App Store. There's good games there. I'm not even saying this as an insult. There's legitimately good games you can play on your phone for really cheap. You might not know about it because you haven't bothered to go look. But let me tell you, all those Asian countries know about it. They're playing those games like crazy on their phones. It's one of those things where gaming has expanded beyond the console. And so the consoles only become more premium over time, not less. It's only going to get more expensive. $450? Man, a $150 increase over the launch of Switch. Yeah, and PlayStation's already increased the price like twice of the PS5 since 2020.
Yeah, for years.
Like, Xbox is now doing it. What are we doing? This is a luxury medium. It always has been. If you can't afford the luxury, that's okay. If you can afford it and you don't think it's worth the money, that's okay too. I'm not mad at you about it. But what I will say is, for those that want to afford or can afford or are excited to partake in that luxury, leave them alone. They're not ruining gaming for you. We didn't cause microtransactions to happen. Go yell at all the people playing FIFA and spend on Ultimate Team every goddamn year. Go yell at them. Go yell at the people spending thousands of dollars on Fortnite every year. Even though you
Blame that
cannot,
Oblivion horse.
If you're buying sneakers, you are
yeah,
part
like
of the
literally,
problem.
you could play Fortnite and have no competitive advantage. Completely enjoy it. It's a fun game. I play it. I'm not saying I've never spent money on it. Thousands? What the fuck are we doing?
Throw NBA 2K in
2K?
there with all the money people spend buying packs.
Yeah.
Same thing. People spend literally hundreds and thousands. I've seen people's receipts
Yeah.
on Reddit. It's disgusting.
Those are the people that you could say maybe ruin gaming. Even then, is it really ruined when we still have options that don't do that? Nintendo's been one of those options. They charge you a premium price up front, even for games that are 5 years old. But then there's nothing else you really need to worry about. They give you the complete experience. They give you a complete game for that price. You can't even buy games from some companies and guarantee it's a complete for that price. It might take a day one patch that's actually technically DLC they cut from the game for $15 just for the game to work. It's crazy. And this is the world that we've been living in for a long time. So I don't want to hear shit about video game crashes. I don't want to hear shit about this or that. No, bottom line is, if you don't want to partake in this industry, then don't. It's okay. But guess what? There's no video game crash when Nintendo and Sony are still literally selling. Well, let me see. Nintendo's selling better than they ever have. Sony's literally on pace right now to sell another 100 million. They're on the same pace as they were with PS4. And that's without them having a bunch of exclusive games, which is not how Sony sells anyway. Sony sells off third-party games. And the biggest third-party game yet, biggest third-party game of the century, hasn't even arrived yet, and that's next year with GTA 6. So that might be $100. And guess what? You think it ain't going to sell well because it's $100? They fucking know that shit's going to sell. They're going to have a premium, deluxe, ultimate, badass edition for $250 that'll probably sell 10 million copies. They know it. Just look at the views on their trailers. They know. They got everyone by the balls. And I'm not saying that their games aren't worth it. If you love their fucking games, awesome. I love Rockstar games. They make great shit. They know what they're doing. They know they can spend $500 million to make that game because they're going to be making billions and billions and billions back, especially with their multiplayer, which, by the way, no one ever seems to chastise them for their multiplayer that's full of microtransactions. Their entire GTA 5 multiplayer is built upon microtransactions. It's crazy. No one ever wants to bring it up. Oh, we're so excited for GTA 6 to come out. Why? So you can play their multiplayer FIFA mode? Like, it's built on microtransactions. The thing I'm least excited about with GTA is the multiplayer. It's all microtransactions. Oh, but I can do it with my friends. I'm like, yeah, and you're spending money to play with your friends. I don't. Oh, you don't have to. Yeah, go look at Take-Two's revenue charts and go look at what GTA 5 is still making them. They're not selling millions of copies of GTA 5 still every quarter. That's all continual revenue off the multiplayer. So, look, I don't care if you don't have the money. I don't care if you think it's too expensive. Think that. Be critical. But speak with the wallet or shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear you YouTubers out there. I don't want to hear I have to get it for my job. No, you fucking don't. You choose what you cover. You ain't got to do it. Fuck, I'll call it one right now. Dreamcast guy. You don't have to review a goddamn single Switch 2 game. Your channel's going to be just fine. Just keep hating on Nintendo, right? Most views you've gotten in years. So keep hating then. You ain't got to play the games to do that. The moment that he started begging his audience to get him a Switch 2 pre-order, I fucking lost my shit. Sorry, I lost my shit. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? You can't sit here and trash and trash and trash and then be like, oh, but I need it for my job.
This is a really intense podcast night,
What
guys.
the fuck?
We need a
Dude,
happy
I gotta get this
feed.
shit off my chest, man.
I know, right?
I gotta get this off my chest. Say Game Bird. What are your thoughts on this crazy shit?
How about those
man.
controller?
Yeah, can we go back to themes for a minute? Like,
Nah, Josh got me going because I felt exactly the same way he did. So I'm like, fuck all this shit.
I'm feeling scared, guys. No, well, first off, yes, it is Nintendo's fault that Xbox console prices went up
All Nintendo's fault.
completely. No. Here's the thing. Like you said at the beginning, Nate, it always sucks when prices go up on anything. Like, I don't think anyone celebrates, yay, it costs more. Like, no one's gonna celebrate that.
I don't
It
want
sucks.
it to cost more.
Yeah. So it's like we're all in agreement there. Obviously, things in general are more expensive and prices are going up everywhere in our lives
Sucks.
right now. So it's like, if gaming is your one big hobby and you already struggle to buy that 1 or 2 games a year that you really want to play, like this, this sucks for you. It's a blow. At the end of the day, it's a hobby. It's not like food or making sure you're paying your bills, your rent. So it's not the end of the
It's
world.
not your livelihood.
Yeah, it's not your livelihood. It's not the end of the world. Nothing to celebrate. Now, the interesting thing with Xbox is, man, I am a little bit shocked with the large price increase on their consoles, even though this is directly reflecting, the tariffs, simply because Xbox, I mean, they're struggling to sell consoles in general at the price that it already was. They're having a lot of trouble moving the needle with this one. And it's one of the richest companies in the world. So you think they'd be able to be like, hey, listen, the Xbox Series Gen was not a winner. It's on its way out. We've got some handhelds in development. We're going to be, we're working on, our next console. I would have assumed that Xbox would have just taken the loss this gen, and then we would have seen those increases in the next gen. I don't know. That's just me. That being said, I think if anything, this actually helps out Nintendo a lot. Obviously, Nintendo's going to be the best value console, period, right now. And I don't really think there's been an argument that's made any sense against Nintendo pricing outside of, sure, you could make an argument that Mario Kart World shouldn't be $80. Why is it $80? There's a discussion to be had there. But as far as like the other games that we've gotten announced, like Donkey Kong, that's 70, I don't think anyone was going into this gen thinking, oh, next gen Nintendo games won't cost 70. At least I was expecting it well before they announced it. We all expected a much more capable piece of machinery, with 4K and HDR and DLSS and all those cool bells and whistles, improved accessories. $450 sounds to me completely reasonable. I mean, it's $50 more than the base Steam Deck with better specs, better screen. It comes with the dock. The Steam Deck, the dock is sold separately. So there is a fantastic bang for your buck. I think if maybe Switch 2 was hitting that 500, that $499 price mark, there's room for discussion. But even then, I think 500 would be cap. If they announced this was 500, I'd be like, yeah, it's a little expensive, but I see it. You pass that, you go into the 550 to 600, then I'm like, whoa, that's a bit much. $70 games, again, makes sense to me. There's a discussion for 80, but now that we have Xbox coming out saying that their future games are going to be $80, now that we're likely to see Sony, whether they do it next year, whether they decide to wait till the next gen to bump to 80 or more, whatever they do, I think just Xbox alone raising game prices to $80 increases the value proposition of Mario Kart World being an $80 game now. This isn't to knock Xbox games, because I think Xbox does make some fantastic games. But let's be honest here. When you think of like game quality, Nintendo games, when you think of your Marios, your Zeldas, your Mario Kart Worlds, I mean, they're better games. I know it's subjective, but like they're more polished, they're less broken. Yeah, they're not chasing visual realism in the way that, but it's not about power. It's about fun, it's about innovation and game design. And I guarantee you, Mario Kart World is going to be a more solid experience than a lot of the $80 stuff you see come from Microsoft. Not everything. I'm sure like Fable looks great. I'm sure it's going to be a great game. There's going to be a lot of really cool games that are going to feel like they hit that value mark. But I mean, I don't know. I just feel like Nintendo is known for that seal of quality and making these unbelievable first party titles. It's the main reason why Switch is selling so unbelievably well and blowing the competition out of the water, is because of the great games. There is a Nintendo level of quality to their first party games that's unmatched. When I think of what's going to be next for Zelda, it'll probably be an $80 title. I'm sure we're going to get a more innovative, more polished. I mean, Tears of the Kingdom alone is a game that's designed with mechanics that should render the game not even functioning. And that game is not broken. That game is not bugged. Your abilities literally are game-breaking abilities. And it runs better, it plays better than your big Bethesda titles. A lot of your big Ubisoft titles. So I think that this is a big win for Nintendo. I think it's just gonna, like I said earlier, I think it's gonna make it a more valuable proposition, personally.
I think a little bit of the pushback on that is like they got to do better on their sports titles.
Sure. But
or
like,
charge $20.
Like they're,
I don't suspect they're going to be making $80 Mario Baseball anytime soon. I mean, the fact that Donkey Kong Bonanza is a $70 title, tells me that a lot of the stuff we're going to see is going to be in that $70 range. And it's going to be, we're probably going to see Zelda be an $80 and maybe the next 3D Mario and Smash maybe. And then I don't know what outside of that. I don't see Fire Emblem going there. I don't see games like Star Fox go in there. I don't see Animal Crossing go in there, even though it's one of their biggest sellers. I don't see Animal Crossing being $80.
Animal Crossing will be 90.
Exactly. My
See,
point.
we're all laughing at they might do it. So I'm just saying, don't tempt them with a good time. Attack the backlog. What are you thinking?
Man, I think it's a big mess. I don't think it's Nintendo's fault at all. Sony's ex-president Yoshida came out himself and said if it wasn't Nintendo, someone else would have done it. It was, it was always going to happen.
Absolutely.
Game budgets are going crazy. I just read today that the budget for GTA 6 is like $2 billion. It costs more than the tallest building in the world to make. That's insane. $2 billion for a game. So if you think $80 for Mario Kart is high, wait and watch and see what GTA 6 is going to cost. So that's going to be more than $80 for sure.
And real quick, ATB, not to cut you off. That's why I hate that like people are saying like, oh, because Nintendo did it first, everyone's going to start doing it. When it's like, I don't think anyone was sitting here thinking that next gen from Sony or Microsoft was going to still be $70. We already had rumors for months that GTA could potentially be a $100 game. It was only a matter of time. If it didn't happen
100%.
from a company this gen, it would have been the standard next gen for Sony and Microsoft, period, in my opinion.
No, 100%. I totally agree with that. I mean, if anything, Nintendo maybe could have avoided it by keeping Mario Kart $70 and waiting for someone else to do it first. They could, because they're going to sell Mario Kart copies like crazy. My only thing is like, I don't know, is the budget of Mario Kart 8 more than Tears of the Kingdom or Donkey Kong Bonanza? I don't know, so, can they justify it that way? But it's like Nate said, if you don't want it, just, you don't buy it. Like maybe it means for me, maybe I buy it, but maybe I buy one less game that month, maybe I buy Fast Fusion for $15 instead. Like back in the day, like I remember Turok 64, like in the UK, costing the equivalent of like $70, like $70 in like 1996. And
I remember that
insane,
too. It was very
right?
expensive.
And
here at Toys R
and it's
Us.
not just like budgets going up, but everything's going up. Food's going up. Like bills are going up. Everything's going up. And like I said, the budgets of games are insane. The teams making the games are out of control. So like it sucks. Like the $80 for Mario Kart, I wasn't happy either, but it's your decision. And someone else put it to me, well, is there a game you would pay $80 for? And it's kind of like on you to decide, what's worth it. And so like I play Dying Light on the Switch all the time. It's probably my favorite game in years. And I've played that for years. There's so much DLC in it. And I probably would pay $80 for that, like happily. And I wouldn't feel bad about it because I love that game and I get the hours. And something like Mario Kart, you probably will play that for the remainder of the Switch 2's lifespan. So for a lot of people, it will be worth $80. But so it's not Nintendo's fault. Someone was going to do it. And all the hate I've seen online, like the amount, when you click on one type of video and then like a million come up in your timeline, and I must have clicked on one like negative, like anti-Nintendo video talking about the $80, and then like the next day, just like 10, 20 of them, and it just tires me out. It's like to go out of your way to make so much just like negative content. It's just like, for me watching it, it's like tiring, but to do it, it's just like just let people enjoy what they want to enjoy. You don't have to like it. You don't have to, maybe have your piece, have your opinion, but to keep going on and making content out of it and jumping on people that, don't mind paying $80, or jumping on people who are still excited for the Switch 2 and don't care about the $450 price tag. Like, we all have our opinions of what we find is a good price to pay for whatever we enjoy. So no, like, look, I'm not happy about the $80, but I don't think it's Nintendo's fault that Microsoft has felt the need to bump up the prices for everything. They were going to do that anyway, regardless, for games. And now because of the tariffs, they have to do it. And then to jump on what Gamebird was saying, it just so happens that it looks really good for Nintendo now when you're comparing the prices of the Switch 2, which is brand new tech, compared to a Xbox Series S or X or whatever. So like, yeah, Nintendo's actually come out of this situation really, really, really well, actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my take.
All right. Toss it over to the stash man.
Yeah. So as far as these prices going up, I think some of the price tags for the Xbox has some sticker shock, right? I think when people saw the Xbox Series X cross into the $700 territory, of course it's for the 2 terabyte one, but seeing 729 probably hit people. But at the same time, we're 5 years in. If you haven't bought one yet, you're not going to buy one. So move on. Don't get up. There's no reason to get upset about it. I'm very much about watching what kind of things you consume in life, be it on social media, which I don't spend a ton of time, YouTube, on TV, whatever it is. There's enough things going on in the world. We're talking about video games here, man. This is supposed to be fun. This is why we all started playing,
That's a Mr.
because it's
P.
fun, right? But it's not. Video games aren't for everything else, And I know that there's been attempts to kind of hijack the industry and make it something different, but at the end of the day, it's about having fun, right? It's not about agendas. It's not about politics. Not about all this other horse shit that we try to escape, that we don't want to talk about, because we want to have fun. And that's the basis of all of this. Now, look, if somebody wants to spend more money, if they're okay with it, that's their prerogative. People buy cars that are worth a lot of money. You may only want to buy a car that's worth this much, and the person at the end of your block bought a car that's worth 5 times as much. If I were you, I wouldn't think about that. I wouldn't drive by their house every day and be like, I can't believe they spent that much money on the car when they could have just bought this one for this much. Who cares? That's their prerogative. They made that money. They can do whatever they want with it. Everyone's in a different position in life. Finances are different for everybody. For any of us to judge anyone for what they spend money on is silly. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of energy. And all it does is breed negativity, which is why I don't even get involved in it. It's silly, man. It's a total waste of time, effort. And the thing is that you could take that energy, though, channel into something positive, right? All that energy spent, as you guys said, yelling into the void. I agree. All that energy spent, you could go out, go mow a few more lawns. If you're a young kid, we had a lawn mowing business growing up. We'd make flyers, send them out. We were making money. We were always working. If we weren't working, like we were doing the things we want to do, basketball and video games, which at 40 years old today, that's still the same thing I do, basketball and video games, right? So take that energy, put it into something positive. Stop going on social media and complaining. Nobody wants to hear it. I know I don't. And I would say take that energy and go get another job if you have that much time to complain. Complaining is not a desirable trait. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. It's never a desirable trait for anybody. So nobody wants to hear it. That's how I feel with that. As far as the Mario Kart pricing, I've said this numerous times, and we can always look at the shelf behind me with all the games. I have games from the 80s, right, that I still play today. And proof of it is on my channel, because I've played it on my channel. I've reviewed these games. So I'm still extracting value out of games from the 1980s and from the 1990s. So again, we kind of have to look at entertainment and the cost of everything, what it costs to go out to the movies. And we know you would go see a movie that's an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. You got to buy popcorn. You got to drive there. You got to buy drinks. How many kids do you have? Is the movie even good? Did you walk out saying that was a total waste of money? versus, hey, I bought Mario Kart for $80 and I'm still playing it, a year later, 2 years. I'm playing it at the end of the console life cycle. You got to look at it that way. And again, this is like the super most basic math. How many hours have you played? Divide it into the cost of it. What is your value? So let's stop looking at it from like the perspective of just video games and look at it from a broader perspective. The big picture. How much are you spending on streaming services? And how much do you actually watch them each month? Now, do you have intentions to probably watch it more? You probably do. But guess what? You don't have time because you're busy working or you're busy doing other things that you have to do. This is all part of life. It's not that simple. Life. One thing I always said, life is simple, but people are experts at complicating it. We see that on display every single day. So again, none of this is that hard, okay? If you want to buy something that you can't afford, what do? Do you complain about it? Or do you try and make more money? Do you try and get a better job? Do you try and work more hours? Try to work overtime. There's a million things you can do. The worst thing you can do is complain about it. I do think PlayStation pricing is going to go up. It's just a matter of when, not if. Gears of War coming out for $50, or was it $40? $39.99, right?
Yep, $39.99.
Love that. I think that's a great deal, especially for people who haven't played it. If you look at the specs of it, I think there's 4K, 60, there's a 120 frames per second mode. It's got variable refresh rate, HDR. It's got everything packed in there. So I think that's very nice. And if you have the equipment to run it, that's something you're probably going to be excited about. I know I'm excited for that. So again, this is all just part of life. The cost of everything is going up. Homeowners insurance continues to go up, right? Car insurance continues to go up. But guess what? The value of my home is going up too. Okay. So it's all relative when you look at the big picture of it. So I would just, that's where I'm at. I'm going to leave it at that. I don't want to go into a whole seminar here.
Eric, Mr. Casual.
Yeah. Does it suck to get priced out of your hobby? Absolutely. I understand the frustration with that. Because, if that's your hobby and you love, that's your getaway, I understand being pissed off, but not being able to afford it. It does suck. But, some of these companies also got to stop making stupid decisions. I mean, you look at Microsoft, you pay how many billions of dollars to buy how many different gaming companies to just close how many of them?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, if some of this money was going towards keeping that open, keeping people working, and especially some of these ones that actually have created great games, and then all of a sudden just get closed. It's like, what are we doing here? Why are we spending the money?
Sony canceling multiple live, multiple live service games that they were making, only to form a new studio to make another live service game.
Yeah,
Dude,
it's
don't even get me started. You want to see me get heated on a podcast? We'll do a live service games thing because I get quite upset.
Because that's how we're all going to get heated.
Stop making stupid decisions. That's the part that we get pissed about. Is these companies making stupid decisions, which are then forcing their hands to, increase the prices. It's just stupid.
Okay, there we go. Just the last bit on this. Obviously, the other part of this topic was talking about, Xbox and what we think they're going to be bringing over to Nintendo. I don't want to go too crazy because we're already pretty late on the show. We still have to get to the Q&A. And we've kind of touched upon this before, how we kind of thought Microsoft is going to be a pretty big supporter of Switch 2. But also, on the same breath we say that, they're the one major company without a single game announced for Switch 2. Kind of crazy. We thought, they're going to be a big supporter. Ubisoft has a game announced, right? EA's got games announced. Microsoft ain't got shit announced for Switch 2. So instead of going around and being like, hey, what are all the games we want to come? Let's maybe pick two that we really want to cover Microsoft just to keep this brief and go around the room and just say the 2 games we really hope that they have control of that come over. Let's start with Stash. He always ends up going towards the end anyways.
So the games that I think are going to come
Just
to
2. Just pick 2. I know you could have a huge list of them.
2 games. Yeah, Indiana Jones. They got to make money back on that very, very expensive IP. And again, I played it on Series S, and it ran wonderfully. So I expect the same on Switch 2. And for their second game, I'd probably say Oblivion remake.
There we go. That makes a lot of sense too because we have Skyrim. So like, why not give us Oblivion?
Yeah.
Let's go to the Birdman.
All right. Okay. Let's say I was gonna say Oblivion, but just for the sake of
Keeping it
being
fresh.
different, yeah, keeping it fresh. I'm gonna say Sea of Thieves. Nintendo's got that new voice chat system. I think that's a perfect game to be able to, whether you video cam with your friends or do you like the chatting. I think that would complement it nicely. So Sea of Thieves. And then, you know me, I like to go balls to the wall and dream big. I'm going to say they've got a new Banjo cooking, and that's coming. Despite what Grant Cope keeps saying.
He doesn't work there anymore, so it's like he knows.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. ATB.
I'm going to say Doom Dark Ages. I definitely think that's coming over, just for the fact Doom 2016 and Eternal came to Switch. I feel like at least Doom 2016 sold well on a Switch as well. So, you know, they've got good form. I think they'll be able to get a really good port out of that on the Switch too. And I mean, this is really far left, but I got to hope one day we'll get Rare Replay. I think Sea of Thieves, but I just want Rare Replay. Just for what's his name? Conkers. That's it.
Sure.
Okay. Let's see. Let's go to Josh.
I'm gonna keep it simple. I'm gonna say Master Chief Collection, and I want Perfect Dark back on a Nintendo system.
And they're making it.
So,
Yeah.
exactly.
There we go. That's good.
I expect all of these games, by the way.
We've
Everyone's
talked about this
saying.
before. Like we expected
Expected.
everything from Microsoft, but
Yep.
yet nothing's technically not.
The whole
Nothing's
catalog.
announced.
Even
I know.
new Banjo.
Oh, 100%.
Preach.
Dude. 100%. Right there. You see that, right?
Yeah.
That's Golden Banjo right there.
Oh yeah.
There's a reason I have this.
Yeah.
I can't say anything
Eric.
else, but it's coming.
Oh
Holy
shit.
hell.
Oh shit. Don't be Eric.
Give me 2 seconds.
Sure. I was trying to let you go before me before I take some more off the possible list.
I don't think that's on Switch.
I feel like June 8th is when we're going to hear it. By
Oh
the
yeah,
way.
the Microsoft showcase thing.
Same here.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 days
Yeah.
after the Switch.
Yeah, once
launches.
Switch is launched, like third parties don't have to hold for any NDAs or anything.
The
They can
floodgates.
do what they want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So my original thoughts were Rare Replay and Master Chief Collection. But I'd like to see Psychonauts 1 and 2 come over.
There you go.
Ooh,
Yeah, they
I like
own that.
that.
Yep. Yep. There you
I
go.
like that a lot.
Great title for Nintendo.
Oh, for sure.
So, look, I'm gonna go with titles I think are gonna come over rather than ones that I necessarily want to. As an example, Avowed. I think Avowed's coming.
Yeah.
Don't really care. I'm not gonna play it on Switch 2. I don't believe. But I think it's coming over. And this is interesting, and I think we're gonna start seeing a lot more of this. I think either Age of Empires or Age of Mythology Retold is coming over. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that due to the mouse controls. Yeah. Because right now, Civ's kind of like, hey, we're the only like strategy game over here. It's like, there's other ones. There's other ones, and they have already come to consoles, and they're not very good because of lack of mouse controls. Mouse controls are on Switch too. Makes a lot of sense. So, yeah, I'll stick with those. There's other ones like I really, really want, but I'm going to leave those alone for another time.
Let's get some StarCraft on Switch.
High Five Rush as well.
Damn.
Oh my god, we're just gonna start throwing out titles. Hellblade 2 Senua's Sacrifice. What are we doing?
Oh god, yeah, 100%.
Like, what are we
love
doing?
that.
We're gonna be here all day if you list every game we want to go over.
Bring them all.
Don't forget Flight
Yeah.
Simulator X Pilot
Yeah.
Wings.
And
Pilot Wings.
Oh yeah, and another one. No, I'm just kidding.
I'd say Forza Horizon 5, but then we don't have analog trigger, so do we really want it to come over?
It's true.
Exactly. There's so many. I mean, the upcoming Fable game, you know.
Don't forget Halo Wars.
Halo Wars would be great. You know what's not announced for Switch 2 yet? Hold on.
Themes.
Minecraft. Minecraft is not announced for Switch 2.
Oh damn, that's gotta come.
You know what game I do keep saying, and there's good reason for it, is Fallout 4,
Yeah.
though,
Oh,
because Season 2 is
the
coming
entire
out
Fallout
soon.
series,
So, like,
yeah.
come on.
Come on.
Easy money,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
love that.
People
What-
can play it while watching the show.
What the hell happened to
Yeah,
that? What the
exactly.
hell happened to that one game? Oh my gosh, Everwild, the rare game that was announced 60
It's still,
years
it's
ago.
still, it's still being
Apparently,
made.
it's
Yeah.
it's still being made.
No
They've
way.
said it is. So.
I don't believe
Yeah.
that.
You can
Yeah.
see things like
It's gonna be
by
wildly
Midnight coming
different.
over as well. That game came out this year.
Well, it's wild how it's taken forever, right?
It'll be out in the wild before we know it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
That's 2.
Let's go ahead and get to
Alrighty.
all the super chatted in questions. Get on out of here. So we have Michael Graff said, "Are you guys grip people? Which grip will you be getting for Switch 2? I really like the Genki one, but I'm hesitant to buy it." Well, for starters, I'll probably be touching the Genki one tomorrow. Eric and I have a meeting with them, so they invited us. By the way, I wasn't gonna even reach out to them, and they reached out to us, and we're like, "Okay, I'm not gonna say no." This is very interesting. Very interesting. If you end up becoming a sponsor on the channel, I'm not so sure if I can accept that right now, but I don't need
you gonna
Nintendo
get
glaring
the-
at me. I don't need to get
get the
named in the lawsuit.
Yeah, get the scoop on the sewage.
That being said, I do have my Switch 2 model with me, and I will be bringing it out at their event as they have their stupid little plastic ones. And I'm like, guys, let me see if your accessory really fits with a real Switch 2. Sorry, they don't call it Switch 2 anymore. It's now NS2. They only refer to it NS2 now. They will not say the word Nintendo Switch 2 right now. I thought it was hilarious. The whole email exchange, they refuse to say Nintendo Switch 2. I'm like, yeah, of course you do. Of course you do. Anyways, so we're meeting with them tomorrow. So I'll actually get to try out that grip in person and actually get some thoughts. So that'll be cool. Personally, I'm not huge on grips. But there are times, certain games, if I'm playing on the go, that I really do like grips with. If not a grip, then like Joy-Con replacements like I have right now with the MOBA pads on my Switch. That being said, I am going to be trying out the D brand one, not just because they're a sponsor of the channel, but because I actually held a kill switch on a Steam Deck once, and it actually made the Steam Deck more comfortable for me. So I kind of like that design, and I like that it detaches with the Joy-Cons as well. A lot of the current designs just like fold down and then you pull the Joy-Cons off. I'm not really a big fan of those designs. So we'll see. Obviously, I can't say I even like the D-Brand one yet because I haven't tried it. And yes, they're a sponsor of my channel. Thank you, D-Brand. Genki might be a sponsor too. Thank you. But I don't, my honest thoughts are my honest thoughts. And I don't know because I don't have either one. So all I have are some cheap $20 ones some companies sent me. And those ones are fine. You don't want to spend $20, it's fine. I don't know, you guys grip people, and do you plan to get one?
Nah, not for me.
I didn't own any grip. Obviously, I own the Nitro
sure.
deck, and I really liked the
That's what
Nitro
I
deck,
have.
which in itself is of course, it's a new grip. Yeah. But after, playing Switch 2 and holding the new Joy-Cons, I did not feel like they were digging into, my hands. And I have the D brand one pre-ordered, but again, I'm also still waiting for them to reveal a
Yeah.
price, which I think is silly. Kind of annoying. So
Hopefully it's coming soon.
hopefully, I may hold on to that one and end up getting that. But if I don't, I may just go without for another generation because these Joy-Con do feel
To
considerably
me, it was
better.
always a per game thing. Like there are some games that it's a little more intense.
Yeah.
And so I like having it just gets too uncomfortable too quickly in certain games. Some games I don't want. Like I'm playing a Pokemon game, fine. But if I'm playing a
Yeah.
COD, if I'm playing like a COD on the go now, yeah, okay. I have to have full comfortable grip for. You're going pretty intense. How fast you're switching buttons and stuff. Those are the kind of games that I find grips useful for. Overall, I think most Nintendo games I'm usually fine without a grip, even on normal Switch. Although like I got big hands, so the fact the Joy-Cons are bigger, I think I'll be all right with that too.
I only play my Switch OLED in handheld with the Nitro deck. I won't play it with the Joy-Cons. I don't really like the Joy-Cons at all. I think they were novel when they first came out. But both on my original Switch and my OLED, within the first day, like the Joy-Cons already like initially felt pretty loose on the sides. Like they've got that like slight give or wiggle. And I'm always worried about Joy-Con drift because I've lost like 2 or 3 pairs to drift this gen. So and I just don't find them very comfortable, like at all. They're too small. Excuse me. I don't like the buttons on them very much. So I use the Nitro deck and I love it. It's way more comfortable. That being said, I have no plans right now to get any sort of grip for Switch 2 because I've never held the Switch 2.
Yeah.
Never used it.
Play it
So
over time.
I might love
See
it.
what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not also people that like, hey, you use a Satisfy grip the entire Switch gen. You want to keep that style for Switch 2. Totally get it. Yeah, it's what you're used to. It's what you're comfortable with. I understand that,
Especially if you were satisfied,
yeah,
right?
especially if you were satisfied. Same with the Skull and Company
That's
ones
3.
and everything else. This next one's kind of special. I was going to mention this at the. Oh, there it is.
Real quick, this is from GameSir, and it's a Bluetooth controller. Holds the Switch like perfectly. It also works with Xbox and PlayStation, and it's literally an Xbox controller split in half. I've been using this thing since they sent it to me, and my Joy-Cons never get put on unless I'm traveling because that's how I can fit in my case. But this, like I said, this is literally just it's an Xbox controller split in half, and it has made me play my Switch handheld way more because I just feel like the Joy-Cons were uncomfortable. I hated the short throw of the sticks. When you're talking about Call of, like being able to play Call of Duty, and the cool thing with this, like I said, it works on Xbox and PlayStation. If you do like cloud gaming, you can put your phone in here, no problem. But these are sold out now. Like I think they're working on because the way this works is there's little rubber grips on the inside. So, but you can fit up to like a mini iPad in this thing. So it's kind of cool.
Cool.
For $80.
All right, so this next one I was going to bring up. I was actually going to say something at the beginning of the show, but I'm like, someone's going to. I want to see if the chat remembers. Well, the chat remembered. It is Thunderstash's birthday today.
Oh yeah.
Oh, happy
Thank you.
birthday,
Yeah,
bro.
happy birthday.
Well,
Thank you.
And what
Appreciate
ripe
it,
old
guys.
age is that, buddy? The
40.
big 40.
Same year as Nintendo.
You're finally
as
a
Mario.
man.
Yeah, I'm a man. I'm 40.
I had when we started the
welcome to the
show,
club.
I was gonna wish you a happy birthday, and no one was talking about it. And then I thought that I had the date wrong. I was like, oh god. I was like, I don't want to be that guy who says.
I
it.
knew it was today the whole time, but I was
But-
like, someone in the chat's gonna remember, right? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, super happy birthday to you, man.
Yeah, happy birthday, bro.
It's gonna be 40 is gonna be off
you.
to an amazing start. So I'm stoked.
Yeah, I'm excited, man. There's a lot of exciting things this year. I was looking forward to it for a variety of reasons. Switch 2 obviously being definitely high up there on the list, if not the biggest reason.
All right. Tabletop Geek came in for $2 in. How are we expecting Joy-Con Drift 2.0 situation, or are we expecting one? Well, only one of us has touched a Switch 2, right? So are you expecting it, Stash, to happen again?
No, that was one of my takeaways immediately, is that these sticks feel different. They feel better. They feel like Nintendo's own take on Hall Effect. And again, we've talked about this. They're not going to call it that. It's Nintendo's own proprietary stuff that they're working on. These sticks feel considerably better. And I really did walk away thinking, we're fine. This
Yeah.
is fixed. It's
Hey
in
guys,
the past.
we'll
I'm
know day
confident.
one. someone's gonna tear apart the Joy-Con and take apart the control stick, and we'll know. Someone's gonna do it. I mean, we know Spawnwave will probably do it. I just don't know if he'll do it day one, but someone's gonna do it. Someone who got an extra set of Joy-Cons that's willing to sacrifice them. They'll do it and figure it out. Let's see here. The classic, as always. Bring back NFL Blitz and NBA Jam. Got to keep the tradition going.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Dr. Mario and Roger Rabbit were two of this person's first games. Rebecca. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Roger Rabbit, LJN.
Not a terrible
Classic.
start to gaming. I love it. Sean just wanted to go ahead and drop a tenner. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Then I think he realized I could have typed something, so then he did it again and typed something. Prime, Eric, Stash, and of course the most classic Birdman. Y'all are the goats. We're saying this as one of the four is not here. Y'all give y'all's best prediction on Prime 2 and 3. A lot of us need a way to play them before 4. I've had a lot of thoughts about this. I don't think the remasters are coming, or maybe they never even existed. They were always stated at the time that if they did exist, they were not going to be like Prime 1 remastered. They were just going to be like up-res kind of stuff, which is kind of what they do with NSO a little bit. So with GameCube NSO, and I do think Prime 2 for sure is getting added to that. The problem is GameCube doesn't get 3. That's on Wii. But also the Wii and the GameCube use very, very similar hardware. So I kind of wonder, like, would they backport 3 to retroactively put it on GameCube NSO? And that I don't know. Maybe Wii NSO is going to come. It is strange that we have 1 and then 2 and 3 are not here. So like I think 2 for sure is coming via NSO. I just don't know how they get 3 without it being a remaster right now. That's my thoughts. I think it kind of sucks that we're going to get 4, but 2 and 3 are not playable for the current audience.
I have my own take on this, like a serious take. And again, this is after I walked away from playing Prime 4 with the mouse Joy-Con. Is that, Metroid Prime 2 and 3 and Metroid Prime Remastered for that matter are all going to get switched to versions with the Joy-Con.
Yeah.
Okay.
With Joy-Con
re-release the trilogy,
which is why which is why I don't think we're going to get, like, I think this is why Metroid Prime 2, for example, is not a GameCube NSO launch title, because honestly, that would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it, to launch with, especially when Metroid Prime 4 is coming out. Wouldn't you launch with it on the NSO unless you had other plans for it? And I think Nintendo knows that this is the definitive way to experience Prime, the entire Prime series, which is why we're going to get all 4 with mouse Joy-Con. Truly my belief there.
Bird, you got anything to add?
I mean, I think what Stash said makes a lot of sense. At the same time, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to incorporate mouse functionality into NSO, whether it's through GameCube NSO or, down the road. I mean, I don't think it would be shocking to get Wii NSO down the road, maybe not for the first 2 or 3 years. I mean, they're going to want to add more stuff. They're going to want to bring in more subscribers. They're going to want to make it a bigger, meatier package. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think it's coming. At what capacity? Who's to say at this point?
Eric? This question was posed to all 4 of us. So
It's Nintendo.
all right.
You never know what the hell they're going to do.
Nintendo does whatever the fuck they want. We've learned that over the years.
Yep.
Demonic Brawler said, chat, help me out. I'm thinking of a SNES adventure game that was widely popular in the UK but never released in the States. I always wanted to play it. They should add it to NSO for everyone to enjoy. An adventure game that never released in the States was in the UK.
I saw this
Yeah,
earlier,
I couldn't think
and
of
I'm
what it
like-
was either.
I started thinking.
But yet
yeah,
I'm in the United States.
I need
And I'm in the
more.
United States, so like I wouldn't have even grown up and been aware of it.
Well, widely popular in the UK, but all we have to do is Google what were the UK
Or are they
only
misremembering?
Super
Or
Nintendo
are they
games.
or are they
You know?
assuming it was widely popular, but it was just their friend group?
Yeah, like New Ghostbusters 2,
Yeah.
right? On
Yeah.
NES. Great game, never came out in the
Yeah.
US.
I don't know. I saw this one earlier and I did Googling and I'm like, I couldn't figure this out. I have no idea.
Yeah, I've got no idea. When I was playing the Super Nintendo, I would have had no idea what was wildly
Adventure
popular
Island, maybe? I don't know.
overseas.
Which one?
Here it is. Let's see. I have Nintendo, Super Nintendo exclusive UK games. The Smurfs, Jelly Boy by Ocean.
Definitely Jelly Boy.
Ocean made some good games back then. Might and Magic 2, Putty Squad, also by Ocean. Lucky Luke by Infogrames. Waterworld by Ocean, based on the movie. The Smurfs Travel the World. Cannon Fodder.
Cannon Fodder.
Asterix and Obelix. I wonder if it's that
Maybe.
one. That is an adventure platformer. The Adventures of Tintin. It has adventure in the word. It might be that.
Mhm.
I think I remember hearing about Tintin.
Tintin was popular back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, maybe it was one of those.
I'm seeing two called one of them's called Rodland, the other one's called Hammering
Well,
Harry.
what the fuck? Okay, where you coming up with Rodland and Hammer and Harry? What are you googling over there?
Good night, everybody.
What? I don't need to see your search history right now. We're moving on. Hey, it was Terra Enigma.
Oh, that works.
Oh, Terra Enigma. That's a classic game. That was that was Enix before Square Enix, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I think so.
Is my memory serving me
I think you're
correct?
correct.
I think it's right. Sounds right. I mean, I'm probably wrong. I'm agreeing, so it's probably wrong. Karkun said I had ordered one SNES controller from my Nintendo store, but I got two in two different packages. Will this happen again with Switch 2? Joke, of course. I mean, that would be hilarious. So I ordered one GameCube controller, but I got two. You package thief. Demonic Brawler, will Nintendo drip feed us Switch 2 edition games? I kind of
Probably.
think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
most likely.
Yes.
Yeah, they'll release all the re-release all the greatest hits of Switch 2 editions. I shouldn't say all the greatest hits, like Mario Odyssey obviously isn't, but things that are that a new game on Switch 2 wouldn't really feel like it's a replacement for. You know, whatever games you think that is. Wait, this one. Let's see here. Check out Extreme Rate shells for the new Joy-Cons.
Okay.
Extreme Rate shells? Extreme Rate shells. Switch to Joy-Cons. Oh, okay. They're like see-through shells. Okay. Yeah, they're just a bunch of reshells and stuff.
Yep.
They're cool.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about doing now, is getting a casing for Switch 2 and doing
Yeah.
it myself. Except I want one with a
Dude,
D-pad.
I'll tell you
D-pad on
guys
my
right now,
Joy-Con.
when we're at PAX tomorrow, I guess today at this time, they'll literally be companies that are selling them. We saw it last time we went to PAX. They were selling, new shells or painted or reshelled Pro controllers and Joy-Cons. It's a very popular thing because Nintendo doesn't really offer any of that, which enables all these other companies and third-party people and Etsy people to do it. So kind of a neat little underbelly of video games. This is a custom controller scene. Let's see here. Demonic Brawler then comes in, just full admitting his fanboy. Switch 2 had me sold that new Nintendo games. That's for a lot of people. That's all it needed, right?
Yeah.
Charitard. I'm sorry. Did Nintendo make themes before? Did the DS outsell most consoles? Did the DS have themes? Was it an issue then? They're just fucking lazy. Okay, so I think this is a direct response to me. This feels like a personal shot. Charitard, this feels like a personal shot. Hopefully you're still here for this one. I'm going to check the chat right now to make sure you're here for this rant. If not, I'm still going to make it because you can come back later. Okay, no, they're not here anymore, I don't think. But
Send them a have to be an extra
well,
clip.
this is just for you, buddy. This one's just for you. Yes, they made themes before. No, themes had nothing to do with why the DS sold well. Can we just start with that? Themes had nothing to do with why the DS sold well. They did not have themes day one on DS. it still sold well. It's not about it being an issue. Whoever said themes were an issue? When did I say themes were an issue? I said they just don't matter. There's a difference between being a problem and not mattering. Now, you want to call Nintendo lazy? That's fine. I will take the release output on Switch over the release output on DS any fucking day. And guess what? Switch didn't have themes. Was it a fucking problem? It's about to outsell the DS, buddy. All right.
I feel like that was Gamebird who just created a new username and wrote that super chat himself.
No, I saw him in the chat earlier. He was calling me out earlier in the chat, and I'm like, the guys are super chatting that right now. What is he doing? You can't hate on me and super chat. I guess you can.
Yeah, you can.
It's fine. People do it all the time. It's all in good fun, by the way. Chart. It's all good. Carbon Fresh. My man Nate borrowed RGT 85's hair dye. What? I don't dye my hair.
I saw that.
I
earlier.
literally.
I'm like, I think it's your lighting in the room because it's different from where they see you.
Yeah, because I'm at a hotel, guys. I don't have studio lights here.
Exactly.
So, anyways, no, I didn't dye my hair. I dye my beard. I don't dye my hair. I don't even have gray in my hair. All right. I used to frost the tips.
Poor Josh.
I used to frost the tips back in the day. You know.
And I'm over here dying for gray hair. I've been wanting it for
Dude,
like the
you can
last
take
10
my
years.
gray hair. I don't want
I'm starting to
I
get
don't
some,
Yeah.
but they just like you have to look.
Dude,
for
I
them.
have tons.
Not
Not as much as Josh, of course, but
this was the big boy drop. Stash getting in back-to-back weeks for this guy. He's just a super fan over there. Wishing you a very happy and prosperous 40th birthday. Cheers to many years of new gaming experiences.
oh
to come.
yeah.
Switch 9 hype. I don't think I'll be alive when that one comes out.
I don't think I'm going to make it
Yeah.
to Switch 9 at this
Yeah.
rate,
Yeah.
but it's a nice thought.
There we go.
And thank you very much to you.
Shower truck comes in. Repaint your house? No, actually, I haven't. It got painted one time when we moved in, and it hasn't been repainted in 10 years. Themed phone
Can't
cases.
confirm.
Themed phone cases. I guess you want to call that a theme. The theme's what? Gray.
Industrial.
Yeah. What theme?
Granite.
What theme?
That looks pretty themed to me.
It's gray. I don't know. I didn't. There's nothing
Granite,
special here.
Onyx.
And look, what?
It's a Pokemon theme.
The theme on my phone. Sorry, I have a hot wife. I like to look at her. My bad. They want to put my hot wife on Switch
NSO?
too.
I mean,
on
the
Absolutely.
eShop.
I'm out. I don't know how. I don't know how much more you can keep trying to call me a hypocrite when I literally. Eric can confirm. Do I have a wallpaper on my desktop, or is it the Windows default?
Yeah, it's the Windows default.
Exactly. The background on my phone. This is a picture
be
of
fair-
my fiance from 7 years ago. It's
To be
still
fair,
there.
though, to play devil's advocate, the Windows default is still a theme.
But it's not a theme I chose.
Fair enough.
It's just
But
the
it's not
default.
light or dark. Just saying.
Light or dark are defaults, are they not? It's just the default. That's it.
Hypocrite.
Anyways, I'm a hypocrite because I never change the
Asshole.
themes or I don't skin things. I have a case to protect the phone because for some reason you spend $1,000 on a device and it can't survive one drop. So dumb. All right. To my brother, I want the color buttons on Pro Controller. Yeah, that's the one, like the color button theory that kind of sucked. It wasn't true.
Yeah.
It was just a theory always, but okay. So then the question is, why the fuck were they putting colored button displays in so many fucking games?
Yeah, it was super bizarre. It was really weird.
At
At least the letters on them, if they had colored, would have been, enough. But
yeah.
I don't know.
I'm gonna get colored buttons and do it myself.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you already admitted you're gonna fully customize the whole thing. You're gonna put an OLED panel in it too while you're at it.
No, because I'm really happy with the
All right,
screen.
there we go. Color button on Pro Controller. Let's see your Wink Demand. Do you think GTA 6 wasn't announced for Switch 2 because Nintendo is saving it for a direct? Well, Nintendo doesn't get to decide when third parties want to do things. I don't think it's coming to Switch 2 day one. I think it's more like when the PC version comes out is when the Switch 2 version comes. So I think it's one of those like it's just going to be a year after it's on the other systems. What do you guys think?
Double dip.
Yeah. I think it's coming. I'm kind of concerned that we never got GTA 5 on the Switch.
Well,
and
that Rockstar didn't believe in Switch. A lot of
I
companies
guess,
didn't.
yeah.
Wii U
I
was bad.
Yeah.
A lot of
I'm not
companies.
100. I'm not 100% that it's coming.
Yeah,
I like
I don't think-
yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I definitely agree with you, Nate. Like if it is coming, I don't think it's day and date. I think it's going to be at a later time.
Yeah.
You know, obviously this game's been in development for a while. I think this is going to be an example of a game that if it is coming to Switch is going to need a lot of like optimization and stuff
Sure.
like that. But we'll see.
Yeah. See, I think it's coming because obviously, it's going to Series S.
Yeah.
And I know Series S, is on a technical level, especially because it's a box you plug into the wall, more powerful than a Switch 2. Because of course, like you're talking about being able to play in handheld mode at like 15 watts. Like, yeah, okay, that's hard to do. But I do think it's one of those things where this game is going to show either that Nintendo is being taken seriously by companies or they're not. Here's the thing. Switch was the market leader by a huge fucking margin. It's not even close. And if Switch 2 is exploding out the gates the way investors think, and they don't bring this over, that means that the number one game selling in the world is throwing away money by not supporting the number one platform 2 generations in a row.
Yeah.
That it doesn't even make sense that after the success of Switch 1, they wouldn't want to get on the success of Switch 2. So to me, it's like it's got to be coming. I just don't think it's day and date because they were focusing on the other platforms, and I'd rather they do something like that than have like a Cyberpunk situation happen where we said it's going to PS4, so we still got to drop it on PS4 day one, even though it's a broken mess. Like I wait the year and get it right, and that's what I think is going to happen. Is it possible that it's day and date? Yeah, maybe. And if they're just saving it for a direct, that's weird because this game's much bigger than any Nintendo Direct. But
I think they're holding many announcements for third parties.
Yeah.
I think that's the
That's what's weird.
strategy to give
We heard
every
about-
game their appropriate amount of spotlight and to space things out because there is going to be so many ports on Switch 2 that if you announce them all at once, it is going to be overwhelming.
This is why I say stop treating Nintendo as special. Just put the logo on the fucking trailers for all the other platforms. What are we doing?
Absolutely.
Like if we get a direct in June and it's literally like half of the direct is third-party games that were earlier in the month at Summer Game Fest, were at Microsoft's event, Ubisoft's event, but just didn't have Switch 2 logos just so they could announce them at the direct. What the fuck are we doing? We don't need that anymore. Stop it. We didn't even really need it on Switch, to be honest. Like the shock value of a game being on Nintendo Switch 2 isn't the same.
I think we get Red Dead Redemption 2 probably.
Yeah, I think that for
sooner.
sure.
Yeah, like first because they put Red Dead 1 on Switch
Yeah.
for a reason, in my opinion.
Yeah, they were trying to dip their toes in.
Yep.
2's coming. And we'll see on GTA. I know some people think GTA 5's coming. I kind of think all their focus is shifting to 6. So, if there's a GTA coming, it'll probably be that. And I'm not saying there can't be like a 4 remake or remaster or something. They can end up doing that too. Remember, they did bring the GTA trilogy over, but like that was a mess on every platform.
I wish they bring over GTA. What's it called? Chinatown. Was it Chinatown Wars?
Chinatown
That
Wars.
was amazing.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
So many people have spent so much more via microtransactions in games like Fortnite. Yeah, it happens. And look, I'm not gonna say my family hasn't spent money on Fortnite. I tried really hard to tell everyone, hey, we got a limit. We're not buying shitloads of V-Bucks. Like if you want a season pass, fine. But you don't need the season pass and then 70,000 V-Bucks on top. Not happening. It's just not how it is. But I need this new skin. You don't need shit. Stop it. Get some help. Because Fortnite's a really big game in my house, but I'm the one putting my foot down with the family. No. We're not. I told Yulia, we are not encouraging our children to have to buy every little fucking skin that comes out. No. There was you have so many skins on your account. I'm like, guys, I've been playing Fortnite since it originally came out. These were all just things I got for free. Like, see how many skins you get for just free? Yeah. All right. When you see popular Japanese voice actors talk about getting or not getting a Switch 2 via the lottery, you know that Nintendo is bigger than ever in Japan. Why do we? Okay, we don't even need to bring them up. Masahiro Sakurai had to get one through the lottery. He's making Kirby Air Riders and Smash Bros for Switch 2. He couldn't get a retail one from Nintendo. He had to go through the lottery. So just let that sink in. The guy's working for Nintendo, making exclusive games. And he couldn't get one for himself from Nintendo. Yeah, demand is crazy in Japan. Like, as crazy as we think it is anywhere else, Japan, oh my God. I don't know if it's ever going to, like, not ever, but it could be years before you could just walk in the store and buy one in Japan. And that's before, like, Dragon Quest gets announced, Dragon Quest 12 for Switch 2. We know that's going to probably happen because Dragon Quest is massive in Japan, and they're the platform that matters in Japan. So, like, it's wild. It's nuts. By the way,
Hunter.
I kind of wish I was born in Japan because then no one would be mad at me for being excited for Nintendo. Everyone there just loves it.
I still would be just because.
Well, if I was a content creator, maybe. Nah, because I'd be a Japanese content creator then. They'd all love me. Anyways, wonder how grifters think of that. Yeah, it is what it is. Japan's just a different beast, a different culture. And as people like to point out, at retail, the only ones they're selling are those Japanese only ones, which are cheaper by a lot. And I'm very curious. Nintendo's investors meeting tonight. Very curious if someone's going to ask Nintendo, hey, why is it so much cheaper? For a Japanese.
Is that going on
exclusive
right
language?
now? Or like
Not,
in an hour?
not yet. It's like in an hour. Yeah.
An hour? Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, might be 2 hours. Sorry, I forgot. I'm in a different time zone now. Tomorrow Brother says, it blows my mind how many people hate on Nintendo. Yeah, but here's the thing: like, when you're a super fan of the other platforms, you'll hear it for those against those platforms as well. It's just the way it is. So people like console warring. They're like you. If you think Nintendo fans don't ever go after Sony people, don't ever go after Xbox people or PC, of course they do. You just aren't part of that. You're just not part of that. You know. So like as a Nintendo content creator, of course I see it. But if I was a PlayStation content creator, I'd also still see it. Like, it's just the way fanboyism works and people wanting to argue whose plastic box is better. In the end, I own everything and it's just enjoy, just play it. There's no, I used to participate a lot in this stuff and cared. And then I kind of just got to a point in my life where I'm like, why do I care? Play what you want to play,
Yeah.
This is really the last one. So wait, so Dreamcast guy's a grifter. I'm shocked. That's our last one. That's what we're ending on. Oh man, hold on. There's a member chat I think I forgot to grab. Please say here it is. Steam Deck Lex. He appreciates the stream. All right, there we go. That's the real ender. Dude, I can't even hide this right now. What the heck? Okay, found a way. All right. Okay, guys, that's going to do it for episode 18 of season 2 of the Nintenbyte Podcast. Thank you guys so much for being here. We're going to go around the room quick, let our people say what they got going on and where you can find them. Let's start with the N64. Josh, man, what do you got going on? Where can they find you?
Yeah, I've slowed on content a little bit just due to life circumstances, but we are going to be recording a new episode of the Nintendo Powercast tomorrow night on my YouTube channel. If you guys want to check that out, probably 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific. And yeah, I host the Nintendo Powercast, like I just mentioned. It's on all podcast platforms. We've been doing it for 8 seasons now, so it's been going strong.
All right, attack the backlog.
Yeah, you can catch me in Attack the Backlog on YouTube and X. I'll be doing regular Nintendo news videos, and then I will be streaming. Hopefully, I'll be finishing the best horror game on the Wii U, Zombie U. Yes.
Yeah.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
that's a great
Nice.
I
game.
love that game. It's either that or Scarface. I can't decide on the Wii.
Nice.
But, so I will be streaming that, and then other than that, I'll just be getting ready for the 24-hour stream on launch 2 days. So yeah. So again, thanks very much, you guys, for having me on, and thanks to everyone here. You guys all have been awesome. So yeah, it's been a massive honor. Thank you.
Awesome.
Hell yeah.
Thanks.
We'll have to have you on again sometime. I'm sure the audience enjoyed you. The Birdman.
What is up, guys? First off, support our guests. Go check out N64 Josh and ATB. Great dudes. ATB, super excited to have you on the show, man. Always a good time. And you guys can find me here on YouTube at GameBird Classic. I do Nintendo content. I do some goofy skits as well. You can also find me on Twitter at _Birdmaster. And yeah, it's been a little slow for me too, but I have multiple videos that are almost finished that I'm working simultaneously on. Just chaotic schedule, but stay tuned. Everyone's kind of hitting these landmark thresholds with their subscribers, so please check all of us out. Subscribe to our channels if you haven't. Help us reach our goals, and we're going to keep delivering you guys some great content.
All right. Let's see here. Let's go to Eric.
Yeah, I am here, and I'm on the Cliffs channel, and I'm at PAX East.
Yes.
So if you see us, come say hi.
Absolutely. Thunderstash.
Yep, you can find me on YouTube at Thunderstash Gaming, and then on Twitter at Thunderstash_YT, and then Thunderstash Gaming everywhere else. What I am working on right now is I was actually editing right before this. I'm editing 2 videos right now. One is for a portable projector that is really cool. Another is for a very new and unique video game collectible that I am part of the early access for that isn't even out yet. So I'm excited to show you guys that. And also Assassin's Creed Shadows, getting ready to wrap that up. But again, like Birdman said, we've all been super busy lately. And also kind of like trying to like clear the slate for Switch 2, because we know it's going to be an onslaught.
Hell yeah. All right. You guys know what's up. I am Nintendo Prime over here. We talk about Switch 2 news and just Nintendo news in general almost every single day. It'll be a little crazy over this next week. I still plan to get videos out, but I'm not necessarily sure what I'm going to be talking about. Tomorrow, I assume I'll be talking about the investors meeting if some cool stuff happens, especially in the Q&A. But when I'm going to get that video, I don't know. The time of my videos is going to be all over the place because I am also at PAX East with Eric. Again, if you guys out there happen to be at PAX East over the next 4 days, don't be afraid to come up and say hi. If for some reason you want autographs, I'll probably have markers on me, but it's more so because I'm walking around with the Switch 2 and I'm trying to get autographs of every content creator I bump into. Not because I care about their autograph, because I think it's funny to have a fake Switch 2 with a bunch of YouTubers' names on it. I think it's just hilarious. Maybe I'll even get the CEO of Genki to sign it. That would be even funnier.
That would be great.
If the CEOs are a bit, hey, the CEO, I just need him to sign this. Come on.
It'd be cool.
Anyways, so yeah, I'm gonna be at PAX East probably every single day. Sunday is usually that day that I'm not so sure if we go back unless we necessarily have to, but might still it's within walking distance, so we might still pop out there for even a little bit anyways, just to walk around and take it all in or get any final footage we think we need to do, or maybe we end up having meetings that we still need to do that day. I have no clue. So yeah, also there's certain events that I'm pretty sure that we're going to be at as well. If you want to guarantee where to find us, I know Eric and I tomorrow are planning to go to the Kit and Crystal podcast that's happening live. So hey, if you end up going to that as well, it's a good chance to probably catch us, if not before or after the show. And then also we plan to go to what's the other podcast one for Nintendo Talks on?
With the Nintendo Talk, yep.
Yeah, I forget the name of it, but he's doing a podcast as well live there that we plan to
Saturday
attend.
at noon.
Show the former co-host a little love. Give him a little shit. Let him know how much better GameBird is at his job.
Please do.
Please, I will. Don't worry. I'll be like, know who GameBird is, right? Huh? Oh, Oh, you don't know. I'm gonna play the ad right for him for the merch. Let him know about that milk.
Yeah.
That sweet milk we got coming. Anyways, yeah. So that's what we're doing over the next 4 days. But I'm still gonna be putting out videos. I'm still gonna be live streaming to you guys. Except for Friday, there's like this big creator gathering hosted by Red Bull that we're gonna be at. Because again, there's no Nintendo here this year. Breaks my heart. But also there's lots of video games to play, which is awesome. Lots of networking to do, and lots of content creators. And if you guys want more and more variety of guests on our show, guess what? A great way to get that to happen is meet them in person. Or maybe they don't think you're such a big piece of shit because all they do is watch your videos and don't actually know who you are. I'm just assuming. It's like, I feel like I'm the most hated Nintendo YouTuber, so I feel like they'll probably still think I'm a bigger piece of shit. It's whatever. I'll still throw back a beer and move on. Nah, I'm hated.
No, you're widely loved around the globe.
I mean, I am wide. I'm just the self-deprecating jokes. Time to stop. Time to stop. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. You can get to the podcast everywhere podcasts are heard or hear live every single Wednesday at 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern. And that makes it 6 p.m. Pacific. And then I don't know. Other time zones you guys convert. Peace.
6, 7, 8, and 9.
Peace, love, and where's our outro?
Have a great night.